I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi podcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. Live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a good one. Obviously, unless you are a boy, girl, or an MB in Ukraine. We're going to get right into it. The Joseph Robinette Biden press conference is live currently, and that's what we're going to be walking into. Sorry for the abrupt change of pace.
NATO countries.
Well, if he did move to NATO countries, he will be involved.
It is what it is. No personal news today, folks. Let's get into it.
If we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened.
I'll be tweeting that I am live and alive and blast off in a second.
And can you talk anything more about your conversation?
And we'll figure it out, okay? I'm gonna go back and try to see what the fuck is going on. But all hell has broken loose as of last night. You guys were already here. No swift sanctions.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States.
World War III, potentially.
India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
All right, here. I'm live, and I'm tweeting out that I'm live, blasting off immediately, okay?
My press colleagues certainly hungry for questions and answers, and a lot, frankly, to go through here. The president addressing the nation one more time, announcing a whole new round of sanctions. He calls them significant sanctions that will make it difficult, designed to make it difficult.
The most significant sanctions would be SWIFT,
marketplace and make financial transactions,
and also stopping them from trading energy with Europe and everywhere else.
Things that would maximize
alongside their fucking their main banking system.
G7 leaders suggesting there's not a lot of daylight between the partners as they approach next steps toward Russia, although acknowledging that the idea
20 minutes ago I wasn't here because I was fucking showering, so I could actually
intermediary that allows banks to transfer funds between.
Don't need to announce your announcement. People are here. No, I announced my announcement that I'm here so people can fucking retweet it so other people can know as well. Okay. Let's get right into it, okay? Let's get right into it. I showered. I'm sorry. I was going to start at like 10, but I worked out and then I fucking showered, and that's why I'm fucking late. Okay, so last night, Vladimir Putin officially came out with a statement saying that he was going to invade Ukraine. The original sentiment for why he was going to invade Ukraine was because he wanted to recognize the independence, or rather, a day before he recognized the independence of these two regions within the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine that has Russian people living in that region. He did a bullshit like we're recognizing the independence of this region, these two like independent republics, these independent people's republics, and then recognizing their sovereignty, and then brought in a peace trooper, a peaceful battalion. Okay. Not a real thing, all right? Not a real fucking thing at all. Then, which I consider to be an act of war, an act of invasion, boots on the ground within Ukrainian borders, and the suspicion was that he was going to overtake the entirety of the Donbass region and potentially some forward areas that are completely outside of the scope of Donbass, exclusively to neutralize Donbass and make everybody hyper-focus on a different part of Ukraine. He didn't just do that, but also officially declared an invasion, said that he was going to denazify Ukraine, said he was going to basically do this because the LDR, the LPR, DPR regions had asked for help, okay? Had asked for help, and they said, please, we need your help. We need to be defended. Now, there has been ongoing shelling on both sides in that region for a very long time, since 2014. There are Russian people that are living there for sure as well. That's become a proxy war, though, all of the Russian separatists have been getting backed by the Russian government. And not only that, but now it was just complete fucking bullshit. I mean, the idea that like additional shelling occurred in the past fucking month or so, and that's precisely why today is the day you had to recognize it, and not fucking 4 years ago, not 5 years ago, not 8 years ago, but now 8 years 8 years into this conflict, after doing military trainings every fucking year after year in that same exact fucking area over and over again, this idea that he would basically, have to defend the sanctity of this region and the safety of these citizens or whatever by lying and saying there's an act of genocide going on or anything like that. Complete bullshit. This is an act of irredentism. It's further beyond that. It's taking over territory, Ukrainian territory, bombing Ukrainian territory. As of the last data that I got, okay, the last data that I got on the subject is that 40 military personnel had died. Okay, 40 military personnel had died, and I believe 10 civilians have died as a consequence of the targeted strikes that occurred on Kiev and in Western Ukraine and in numerous parts of the country. It's probably going to be more than that. They neutralized officially. The Russian officials said that they had neutralized their air defenses. Ukrainian officials have also stated that they've dropped 5 or 7 planes and 2 helicopters thus far. The number is, of course, growing in a situation like that. Those numbers immediately that come out from official authorities are probably going to be a little bit. I mean, they're going to be wrong. They're not going to be right. There's no fucking shot they're going to be right. And this morning, Joseph Robinette Biden woke up and decided to fucking, reveal what kind of action that they were going to take against Ukraine, or not against Ukraine. What am I saying? Against Russia. And we'll see what the fuck happens. But right now, the situation is complete fucking insanity. Let's listen to what Biden has to say real quick. Okay, because I want to hear what the fuck his analysis or what his take is.
It's a question for the conflict, and it's a question for the economic picture too. As people here in Moscow, Lester, going to the banks today to try to withdraw dollars because of the crashing currency here in Russia, Lester.
Keir Simmons, thank you very much. An economic battlefield.
A 14-year-old girl was killed. Okay,
certainly in Ukraine right now. That's where NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us. Richard, you're moving into another night. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? seeing? What do you expect?
Thank you for turning me into a leftist. You have changed my life.
So as we were talking earlier before the president came out, there had been speculation before this began that Putin might take a small option, that he might just take a piece of Ukraine, potentially a piece that Russia already held, the separatist-held area. But when we woke up this morning, when we woke up to the news that the war was beginning, it was clear that this was a total campaign. Russian forces first began with airstrikes, and then they moved in from the south, from the north, from the east. And initially, throughout most of the day, they were targeting military targets. They were targeting airfields, satellite facilities, radar installations. But now, as we are approaching night 2, or the second period of darkness of this conflict, it seems that the Russian forces who have poured into this country on tanks are making their way toward population centers. Still in those 3 directions: one from the south, one from the east, and another from the north. And the 3 cities primarily are the main cities here in the south, including Mariupol, Kharkiv in the east, and the capital of Kiev. And there are great concerns about what will happen when Russian troops reach this city. Russian troops are already right now approaching some of the outer areas of Kiev after having taken an airfield to the north of the city. So I think we're at an inflection point right now where the first phase of this operation was...
I'm going to rewind this. Wait, I can't rewind this? Fuck, why can't I rewind this? Okay, here. I'll rewind this one and go back to where Biden is talking so we can hear what he had to say. Or we can get a summarization of it, but here, Joseph Robinette Biden is live. Let's hear what he had to say on the Russian assault on Ukraine.
A region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw
now that Ukraine is being invaded, everybody raised their hands saying there's nothing we can do. Yeah, no shit. And for a lot of you, let me re-clarify my position, because there's a lot of new people in here, and there's a lot of people who don't understand what the fuck is going on. There's a lot of people who are probably in here like fucking confused. So let me explain something to you. Retaliation against the world's largest nuclear power was never a fucking option. That's precisely why people consider this to be World War III if World War III actually fucking breaks out. And what have I always said? World War III is not a real thing. We will always have proxy wars. Real nations, 2 warring nations, will never fucking war. 2 warring nations are not going to fucking go to war because they have nukes. Okay? That was the whole point. That was also kind of the point that was also kind of the fucking heart of the conflict and heart of the reason why Germany, France, other than their trade relationships, including America, other than their trade relationships, did not want Ukraine to join NATO either. They dangled it in front of Ukraine or said that they were going to continue the open door policy without actually ever fucking addressing that, like, that open door policy is not really an open door policy because of what just happened yesterday. Okay? Now, the entire reason still, or the overwhelming majority of the problem, and the reason is caused by Russia, okay? I want to fucking point this out because a lot of people think like I'm a fucking fan of Putin or something, despite the massive banner that I've had on my fucking stream for the past month or so, or for the past week or so, sorry, and numerous times that I've clarified my position, okay? Russia is responsible. Russia is the one who fucking invaded Ukraine. Russia is responsible. Russia is not just saber rattling. They're not just posturing. They absolutely targeted strategic military positions, but they absolutely fucking bombed Ukraine. It's over. It's done. It's Russia's fault, okay? And not only that, but it also was done in a way that confused analysts in fucking Moscow, confused Ukrainian leadership, confused analysts in Ukraine that weren't immediately fucking, repeating whatever they were hearing from the American government, because it made no material sense. It made no sense beyond Vladimir Putin just saying, I have like an interest in Ukraine. You could say you have an interest in Ukraine, but when your public is not interested in you invading Ukraine, as it is a deeply unpopular idea, and the counter insurgency that you have to launch would be absolutely devastating for your economy, and the sanctions that are coming would be devastating for your fucking economy, It's just
You
not
need
worth
Japan
it,
for a year.
right? So this
South
is,
America.
and I
So you
hate to
come
fucking
back
say
here.
this is a situation where it's madman bullshit, okay? It's actually behaving in a fucking, in the most maddening and unacceptable, brutal, violent, but more importantly than that, like a way where rational analysis is almost impossible to fucking do, okay? Completely fucking ridiculous to do this. So,
11 months
the
of
fear that I
brainwash.
have, and this is a
Stop
legitimate
pretending sad.
fucking fear, is the meeting that Vladimir Putin had with Pakistan and China before engaging in this. Well, Imran Khan was there today and yesterday. But what I'm fearful is that Vladimir Putin, I don't know what the fuck they talked about with China, but it almost feels like, I mean, they had to have let China know, right? Like, there's no way. That's the only fucking, like, major power ally that they could possibly have in this circumstance. So, and China also has its own urges, on China has its own nearly identical to Ukraine circumstance with Taiwan. Obviously, there's differences there, but still. So, that is a legitimately terrifying. China literally said, unlike the USA, we will not arm our allies. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But they won't be strong enough sanctions because the US and EU aren't energy dependent. You mean energy independent? Yes,
Hasan,
I know.
why on our 11-month anniversary did you let
So-
Putin invade?
So, like, this act of war is, like, all war has consequences. There are competing interests in a government, right?
19 months,
You're not
some
supposed to
lady
say,
almost
oh, this
holding up
person's
the train
fucking
at this
crazy, and
point.
that's why they're behaving in a crazy way because they're bad. Or this person is good, and that's why they're behaving in a way so because they're good, right? Governments don't operate that way. Countries don't operate that way. They operate on behalf of their personal interests, their material interests.
From me, Tucker's
The
bossy.
military-industrial complex makes money. Everybody ends up making money when the war machine starts kicking, right? There's also economic geopolitical interests, and Vladimir Putin has baffled his own fucking analysts, his own people, his own side. Everyone but Vladimir Putin is shocked in this situation. At least on the other side, for the reasons that I've laid out thus far, which is that it fucking does not make any sense whatsoever. Okay? It does not make any sense whatsoever for the reasons that I laid out. War would be too horrible for the Russian economy. Having an Afghanistan in their fucking backyard would be awful for the Russian economy. And the benefits, the material benefits that you gain from, like, invading Ukraine is not even marginal. When you could have postured, okay, and then forcibly brought America and other regions to the table for a neutralization agreement. If your goal for Vladimir Putin, and your goal is to delegitimize NATO and routinely reference how fucking NATO is awful and expansionist and imperialist and a threat to your safety, doing this is the worst thing you can do because you absolutely, one, legitimize NATO for everyone, and not only for everyone in, like, the Baltic region, or not only for, like, fucking, all the other countries that were like, we told you so, Latvia, Estonia, everyone else that's like, oh yeah, we've been fucking saying this for a very long time, Poland, but you also literally get countries that you have successfully neutralized historically to say, wait a minute, we don't want to fucking be a part of Russia. This is bullshit, like Finland, okay? That's the real fucking issue. If your goal is to come to the table and, like, purge NATO influence in the region and make sure that Ukraine has sovereignty and make sure that Ukraine is, like, still dependent on you as a dependent on on the Russian economy, doing this is the exact opposite. Just like if your goal ultimately as Vladimir Putin is to denazify Ukraine, which is what he stated, okay? then why the fuck would you bomb Ukraine? Why would you bomb Western Ukraine? The only thing that happens in a situation like that historically is that you now have given legitimacy to the Nazis. Now the fucking 500 Azov battalion is going to grow to 1,000, if not tens of thousands. So good luck and good job. Because all you've done in this situation, when you bomb fucking military positions that are couched within civilian pockets, is legitimize a country's genuine fears against you. Okay? So good luck to that. It makes zero fucking sense whatsoever. Obviously, the lesson I should learn from all of this is what? Like, that I should take the American government's intelligence every single time, despite their fucking track record? No, of course not. I'm still going to fucking maintain my skepticism. I'm still going to maintain my my critical analysis. Is my is the goal, is what I should learn from this, the lesson I should learn from this, the fact that like I should assume that foreign leaders are just madmen and they're behaving in like a fucking crazy way? No, of course not. All right. The only lesson I should learn from this, the only humbling moment in this circumstance, because I've apologized a million times over at this point. Jesus Christ. I've publicly came out and said, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm sorry. My predictions were fucking wrong. Even though people are still maintaining the fucking cope and seethe bullshit, right? Because it shows that you're not really interested in anything except for dubs and L's on the internet because you're a fucking weirdo debate lord. The only thing I should dial back on is the certainty in which I deliver information. Okay, that's it. My position on NATO has not changed. I don't get why you have to apologize for being wrong. I'm not even apologizing. You're right. I'm not apologizing for being wrong because my point is my point is still overall, my point is still correct. I've always wanted Putin not to invade Ukraine. I have been anti-Putin invading Ukraine. I've been anti-Putin since day fucking one. It literally does not matter. These people that keep saying I'm coping and seething and I'm a Russian propagandist have been lying about my positions, including saying that I am literally a Hitler supporter. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, I mean, according to the people in Moscow, yes, I know. I retweeted this earlier this morning because people are still fucking like goading and trying to dunk on me, being like, dude, you were so wrong. You were so wrong. I mean, I did admit that I was wrong, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm actually not even fucking sorry. Like, it's stupid. You're not evil or dumb for maintaining some skepticism regarding U.S. intelligence sources or State Department reports, just as you'd have for Russian state TV. Given what we've lived through since 9/11, it is in fact irrational to embrace our national security state as the arbiter of truth. 1,000%. So, you know, I really do hope that, first and foremost, I hope that, people in Ukraine are safe. That's number one. I hope that the Russian people do not suffer. You admitted that you were wrong about an uncertain event immediately. Exactly. And by the way, I'm not doing like I'm just a himbo, I'm just the entertainer bullshit. This is my bread and butter. This is what I know best. This is what I do best. Okay? Foreign policy especially. Okay? So I'm not doing I'm just a dumb himbo bullshit. I'm not a fucking dumb himbo when it comes to this. I mean, I am an idiot overall. I'm a dumb person, but I'm saying that like this is not an area where I think that I should fucking say, oh, I'm just a comedian. I'm Joe Rogan. Like, no, fuck that. No, this is something that I was incredibly certain on. And also the reason why I was incredibly certain on is because I was looking at not just the American State Department sources, which I was skeptical of, but more importantly than that, I was looking at Russian sources. More importantly, I was looking at Ukrainian sources. So there it is. And I'm going to keep doing that for the record. Sometimes you get shit wrong. America gets shit wrong way more than I do. So, you know, still on a pretty good fucking track record. And ultimately, I did not want war. And ultimately, I was not ever a fucking fan of Putin. So, so now that, why are you making this about yourself? Well, it's another thing that I have to like repeat over and over again. So I just wanted to make sure that people understand my position before we continue on, because you'll probably see a lot of people just like gloating about me being wrong. I've seen so many people I've seen so many people like post older tweets of mine that I refuse to delete because like, why would I delete them? Like that's worse overall. I think to delete your wrong tweets in the past. You know what I mean? Like I would rather fucking quote retweet it and face it head on as I have. You know what I mean? As I did like this past week. So, think your domestic policy is stronger than your foreign? That's patently untrue. I mean, my domestic policy is strong too. No, dude, it's not about trusting Russian sources, my friend. It's about understanding the Russian position, okay? Anyway, you looked on Russian sources on Russian war? No, you look at Russian sources to see what kind of propaganda they're doing. Just like you look at fucking Fox News to see what kind of propaganda the right is doing. But when I do Fox News analysis, you understand my position. But when I'm looking at Russia and I'm trying to fucking figure out what they are saying and what the Russian analysts are thinking, okay, then you operate on this black and white fucking perspective where you're like, if I don't immediately say like Russia is an evil villain and they're just like violently fucking lashing out at everyone, you're like, oh, that must mean you're a full blown like fucking Russian propagandist, when that's not the case. Because that's the reason why I had that fucking baby brained dickhead fucking this up the entire fucking time when I was talking about this, because people cannot comprehend. Okay? People cannot comprehend because they're so used to being like, you're a villain. Anyway. So, where is this information out of Russia about genocide coming from? It's all completely fabricated. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. They're lying. And I said they were lying when they first said it too. Of course it's bullshit. It's an active war between separatist forces and Ukrainian National Guard. They've been shelling each other for 8 years. 13,000 people have died. More Russians have died. But it's like a fucking 55 to 45% weight distribution of casualties, okay? So like this idea that it's an active fucking genocide is ridiculous. And even if there was a fucking genocide, and that was Vladimir Putin's like reason for why he had to invade and defend, the people's republics there, okay, that he recognized the independence of. But if that was the fucking case, why didn't he do that 4 years ago? Why didn't he do that 5 years ago? Okay. So there it is. Let's continue. But, fuck, all this is so ridiculous. Innocent people are losing their lives over politics they have little to do with. Of course. You're shadow banned on Instagram right now if you didn't know. I'm always shadow banned on Instagram. You have to write my fucking full name to find me. Appreciate your coverage. Keep up the great work. I don't think you need to keep defending your position / aggro to stupid comments in the chat. Just keep doing your best, providing analysis and news. My family's in Ukraine and I'm glad there's someone shedding light on the situation. I hope they're all right, man. So, fuck. So what Vladimir Putin did, once again, is completely fucking unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. I just want to fucking point that out again and again and again, over and over again, because there's some dummies in here who probably don't understand it. What else did I say? Yeah, oh, here's what I basically, here's my repetition of what I said already. Didn't think a regional power would act so irrationally. I know Putin doesn't care about lives, but these actions will directly harm his geopolitical interests, his energy projects, his geopolitical interests being, vilification of NATO, right? And making sure that NATO doesn't expand further. If that's your goal, you did the actual worst thing you possibly could. That's one. If your other goal there is, defending your energy projects. You had Nord Stream 2, which was going really well. You know what I mean? It was like something that America didn't want, but like Germany definitely relied on. Okay, you were expanding your influence on the European Union by making them energy dependent to you. Okay, Like, that's a complex trade relationship that you have. That's a dub. That's a major dub for Putin. Major dub for Russia. Okay? So much of a dub that America was like, dude, no, you can't do that. Not only that, but also this legitimizes intelligence, like military intelligence, State Department apparatus, the pipeline between the State Department and mainstream media on the American side, on the European side, and totally fucking continues, if not emboldens all the fucking anti-Russian rhetoric. So, you know, it's GG's on that. This is like Cold War 2.0, which is horrible, okay? Horrible overall. The entire HasanAbi Clips industrial complex is shadow banned on YouTube, by the way. Wait, what? No fucking shot. There's anti-war protests that are fucking starting in St. Petersburg. And by the way, for the record, this is part of the reason why I said it was fucking bananas for him to invade, okay? Because of this. Because, like, it's literally unpopular. Vladimir Putin his popularity has waned over the years, okay? But not only that, but they have polls. You know what I mean? They fucking polled Russian people and they were like, no, we don't want you to invade Ukraine. That's insanity. So this is like he can't do that. This is the reason why I'm saying this is not like Crimea. When Crimea was annexed, first of all, no bloodshed. When Crimea was annexed, no bloodshed whatsoever. Referendum is bad, whatever, but like polling shows consistently year over year that like people are happy being a part of Russia. People were celebrating in fucking Russia. He got a major dub on Crimea, okay? He did. He got a major dub on Crimea. Anyone who says, I'm not ascribing whether it's good or bad, okay? My personal position on Crimea does not matter in this circumstance. But Crimea was a major foreign policy dub for Vladimir Putin. He was emboldened, nationalistic rhetoric rose through the ranks, and people actually people liked that decision. Ukraine is not like Crimea. Even Donbass is not like fucking Crimea, okay? So every single fucking action that he takes beyond that makes it so much more difficult for him, okay? Is dub good? No, a W for him, okay? A W for Vladimir Putin. I'm giving you analysis. Please stop fucking making me have to feed you the broccoli with like some sugar on the side by being like, Vladimir Putin is a bad guy. The fucking thing above my head is supposed to cater to your expectations, okay? Your methodology and the analysis was totally right. Also, Putin did invade Ukraine to keep as a buffer, as NATO members did not hard sanctions on Russia, as they, not North America, are dependent on Russia for petroleum. Okay. Swedish news said there were only 8 people protesting in Russia. Thanks, HasanAbi, for the give me this. Wait, what? What do you think that a reliable source when someone looks at a piece of information? Shut up, shut up, shut up. I'm not having a conversation with you, you schizo posting fucks, okay? We are not having a one-to-one conversation when there's 90,000 people in here and people have questions. You selfish, narcissistic fucking piece of shit. I want to have a conversation with you personally. You're biased. Okay, dude, you got me, okay? Anyway. Yes, this invasion legitimizes the worst people alive. Like, absolutely the fucking worst. It legitimizes the worst fucking interests. It legitimizes the worst attitudes. It's horrible for fucking the Ukrainian people, obviously, that their lives are now in fucking limbo. Okay? Hopefully there will be a little bit of fucking emancipation from all of this once the conclusion comes. And hopefully that conclusion is not like an awful and violent one or a continued fucking occupation by Russia. And instead is a reasonable agreement that offers some stability to Ukraine, a country that's already been like destroyed for the past many fucking years. Okay. Another problem here, another problem in this circumstance, of course, is like the consequences for the Russian people that will be hurt by the sanctions. It's not their fucking fault. They don't want this shit, but it doesn't matter. Anyway. But could they arrest Putin? No, of course not. And there is no fucking potential regime change either. Vladimir Putin is too powerful and has like too tight knit of a state apparatus to be able to be overthrown. Maybe, but you know, it's incredibly unlikely for it to happen. So, you know. The port of Rotterdam here is worried about resources we usually get to Russia to keep up industry like petroleum, gas, earth, metal ore. This shit hits so many of us. Yeah, I mean, this is...
The middle of the fighting. Matthew, tell us what you're witnessing there.
Oh my God, not the Toyota Camry. Are you serious? I mean, those things can withstand bullets, though. They're powerful. They're powerful machines. I'm not worried about the Camry.
Jim, we've come out of the center of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, and we are here at the Antonov Airport, which is about 25 kilometers, 15 miles or so out of the center. These troops you can see over here. Stand up, Lewis. These troops you can see over here, they are Russian airborne forces. They have taken this airport. They've allowed us to come in and be with them as they defend the perimeter of this air base here, where helicopter-borne troops, these troops, were landed in the early hours of...
So, for those of you, let me just point something out here, okay? For those of you who are thinking, what the fuck? Why can't we just, like, go and help Ukraine? What the fuck? Why can't we just send military to Ukraine right now to defend them? Okay? Because I know that a lot of people have that take, right? A lot of people, understandably, reasonably, their first fucking attitude immediately is like, we're the world police, we're America, we have an incredibly big-dicked, long-dicked military. Why aren't we fucking sending troops there? Well, the reason is because Russia has nukes. So if there was a fucking world war between America and Russia, then it's a nuclear war. And that's precisely why, because of Article 5, you could not have fucking NATO accept Ukraine into NATO. That's why Germany would never allow Ukraine to be in NATO. That's why America would never actually allow Ukraine to be in NATO. And that's why they fucking lied and dangled it in front of Ukraine, who was understandably and rightfully concerned by Russians encroaching on their fucking territory. And now all they're going to get is fucking guns, okay? All they're going to get is guns. That's it. You're going to get some guns, and it's GG's, okay? After that, it's like, go ahead, grandma, trained by some fucking CIA-trained Azov battalion guys. Go ahead, shoot at some fucking Russian paratroopers. Like, it's horrible. This was the worst possible fucking outcome of all. And the unfortunate problem here, to make matters worse, is that like there's no reasonable way to deal with Russia. If Russia says fuck diplomacy, or rather, you're not giving me anything I want. You're not even fucking giving me any concessions, and I'm a world power. I'm not like fucking Afghanistan, okay? They're gonna fucking behave in this erratic way. They're gonna behave in this violent way, and they are. And that's something that we, as like, I guess we in America have to understand and expect from our government as well, which is that like we are no longer the imperial force that could just, like, Russia is no longer the post-Soviet carcass that it once was, okay? That we sacked, that we put some of the worst, disgusting freaks in positions of power as we sacked that entire fucking country, okay? In the aftermath at the end of the Cold War, when America took the dub and capitalism won, okay? It's not that fucking carcass that it once was. It has a profound amount of economic power from all of the energy considerations it has, okay? So we're playing a different fucking game, and we're treating, it feels like we are, Russia isn't USSR either right now. Of course not, but it doesn't matter. We think like every other country that we are involved with, even if they're a sovereign regional power, especially if they have fucking nukes. Every country that we involve ourselves with is not like Afghanistan. You can't just like fucking roll over. It's not Libya, okay? You can't do that. So we can't actually help? No, but that was the case. That was literally the case. You could not help last week, and you could not help a month prior. And that's why I was saying this is fucking bullshit. That's part of the reason why Saudi Arabia can do whatever the fuck it wants, even though Saudi Arabia doesn't have the exact level of power that Russia has even. Okay? We are energy dependent. Why? Because no one wants to pay $100 for fucking gas. Anyway. So, that's why it's like frustrating when people are like appeasement, appeasement, appeasement. Well, what's up? What are we doing now? We're doing appeasement now, aren't we? Sure seems like we're doing appeasement. Appeasement was always the fucking point. There's no way to fucking deal with Russia. Like, you're not gonna fucking go and actually engage in like active war, okay, with Russia because they have nukes. So this was fucked for Ukraine the whole time? Yes, yes. The only way out of it is to exhaust diplomatic options at least before this happens, okay? That's it. Kind of like how when America wants to fucking roll over territory, no one else can do anything about it. You can't do shit. You literally can't do anything. If America wanted to invade Ukraine tomorrow, what the fuck are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? What are you going to do? Are you going to say no? No, you can't. Not saying that they would, obviously, but you can't do anything to a fucking territorial, regional fucking power that has a gigantic nuclear arsenal, okay? That's why you have to treat them as they are individual actors and go to the table and make concessions. That's what I've been saying since fucking day one. Okay? It's basically an argument for countries to nuke up. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that. I got 3 rules here, okay, at the HasanAbi broadcast. 3 rules on nation building. Get nukes immediately, okay? If you don't have nukes, make nukes. If you do have nukes, never give up your nukes. And lastly, if America says you have nukes and you don't actually have nukes, Libya, never even, you're fucked. Make nukes immediately. You have to drop everything. Drop the fucking water, facilities that you have. If you're Gaddafi, fuck the water, fuck the fucking rebels, fuck the, Wahhabists that you're dealing with or whatever. Immediately get nukes. Too late. Gaddafi couldn't do that. And then he got, the ass blasted literally by a bayonet on television. But that's the whole point. Like, when a country says you have when America says you have nukes, you gotta fucking try to find nukes immediately, whatever you do. Like, do some James Bond shit. Okay, can you give some examples of concessions they can make? Yes, Minsk 2, okay? Minsk 3. Minsk's so nice, they had to do it twice. That's it. That was what I've been saying from day one. It's a neutralization agreement that would identify DPR and LPR as autonomous regions that are still a part of Ukraine, okay? That would allow them to have at least to maintain their cultural heritage, like their Russian language and shit like that, while simultaneously, I would assume they would also make sure that like Crimea's water crisis was no longer a crisis, because one thing that Ukraine did do was dam up the river going into Crimea after Crimea was annexed by Russia. And at first, the water reserves were enough for Russia to deal with, but it was becoming a water crisis. I think someone wrote about it like a year ago. So that probably would be another part of that neutralization agreement. And ultimately, this idea that no one would violate a deal that would make both sides happy, that no one would fucking violate. But Ukraine didn't like the Minsk agreement, and Russia was not really involved in it regardless. So it did not happen in the way that it was supposed to. Okay? You don't think that's completely off the table? No shot. Russia will give Donbass territory back even if they retreat from the rest of Ukraine? I mean, right now, I don't know what's on the table. I don't think anything is on the table. Right now, I think it's attrition. You know what I mean? It's about how much I think right now it's about how much the Russian economy can handle and how much Vladimir Putin can handle potentially. Are there going to be assassination Are there going to be assassination attempts on Putin? You think there aren't assassination attempts on Putin? That motherfucker is literally a KGB agent, bro. Why do you think? I mean, look, this is too much conspiracy shit, and I don't like to engage in it. But Vladimir Putin is a fascinating individual, okay? Like an actually fascinating individual. I don't mean that in a good way. I mean that in a bad way. And like, a lot of people state that his circle has gotten smaller and tighter. He's become really paranoid in recent years. I mean, this is like palace intrigue that happens with Erdogan all the fucking time too. I like to watch it, but I'm not like, I never, base my analysis off of it. But people say that he is, his circle has gotten smaller. He's very scared. He's scared of the fucking vaccines because he's scared that like whoever gives him the vaccine might actually poison him or whatever. So the suspicion is that he's actually not like even vaccinated and he's terrified of COVID. And that's why he does like those insane, those insane fucking COVID tested conversations with like leaders like Macron. Remember that big ass table that they were on? Part of that is because the delegation refuses to get COVID tested, like whenever he's talking to leaders, foreign leaders and whatnot, and he does not want to be near them because he's worried about fucking COVID. Like he's terrified of COVID. There's a conspiracy that he lives in a vault. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it. Yeah, there's also another conspiracy that he might have cancer. That's another one with Recep Tayyip Erdogan as well. Okay. But more and more Russian soldiers are surrendering after finding out they're on an offensive against Ukraine. Thoughts on this? A bit ago, a whole Russian tank platoon surrendered. I don't know if that's real or not. I will not look at unconfirmed reports on that stuff. But it was not. This was not even a popular fucking move within, from what I understand, within the military either. It's just not popular. It's not a popular idea to just like fucking all out invade Ukraine, bro. You can't do that. It's like if America invaded Canada. You know what I mean? Like, and there is no historic like ties or associations that you could point to about like America or Canada being a state. But like it is kind of like that. You know, we're very similar. They're just like a little bit more European. You know what I mean? And that's not like if you were like, oh no, we're invading Canada. Like fuck that. Okay, they've built a deal with like they've done a deal with China. Or China wants to build a military base in Canada, a forward operating base in Canada into the United States, and we're like, no, fuck that, we're gonna invade. In that situation, like a lot of people will be like, well, what the fuck? We don't want to do that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to fucking fight a war with my Canadian viewers who I love. Anyway. Think you underestimate the power of Russian propaganda here in Russia? No, there's always dumbasses, man. Remember, my friends, if you're Russian, you watch me shit on the American K-Konas all day, every day, the American hogs, right? What, do you think Russia doesn't have hogs? Of course they do. They have fucking nationalists. They have hogs. They have fucking conspiracy theorists. Just like every other country, it's not a monolith. Of course, there's going to be people that love the idea of invading Ukraine and taking it over and like killing everyone or whatever the fuck. There's also Nazis on the Russian side too. So like, you know, there's a whole birth of different ideas and ideologies in Russia as well. So that's not new. We often always have this tendency, and that's something that I want everyone to fucking get out of. We have this tendency to think that like foreign nations are monolithic and that they're operating on like the basis of good or evil when they're not. They usually, in most circumstances, are behaving in a way that benefits their interests. They are also, regardless of how authoritarian they are, they do actually fucking look at what the public's opinion is on the actions that they take. Because you know what happens in an authoritarian country? When your popularity is waning, do you know what happens? You get killed. Okay, you coup d'etats and you get fucking killed. So that's the reason why, like, even someone like Vladimir Putin, who's like very successfully maintained his grip of power, is not going to make insane fucking moves that harm his position, that actually hurt. You should add an emo for when you don't want to fight against destructive repetitive criticism. You end up repeating yourself frequently because people love arguing with you so much over little points. Yeah, I don't know what to that.
This morning to take and to form an air bridge to allow for more troops to come. And you can see these are Russian forces. You can tell they're Russian. I've spoken to them already. You can tell they're Russian. They've got that orange and black band to identify them as Russian forces. I've spoken to the commander on the ground there within the past few minutes, and he said they are now in control of this airport. And within the past few seconds, just before you came to us, they were engaged in a firefight, presumably with the Ukrainian military, which says it is staging a counter-offensive to try and take back this airport. We can tell you now, I'm standing outside the...
Massive news, Russia's crossed the Dnieper River in the south with tanks under fire from the Ukrainian side. So this is another thing that is like very confusing to me, because like I just don't fucking understand, right? I don't understand what the fuck they're doing. Like I don't, like, what is the goal? What is the purpose? What the fuck? What are you doing? The fuck are you doing, dude? Vladimir Putin, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Stop it. Okay, I'm trying again. Okay, I'm like the UN Security Council. You stop it right now. Sick and tired of it. Okay. They're securing the water because Ukraine cut Crimea off from the water and it still suffers from a drought. I know, I already mentioned that. But it just, again, it is fucking ridiculous. Like, you can't do that. Anyway, this was a really, here, I'm gonna show you like some really funny tweets and then we'll look at Joe Brandon, okay? Air raid sirens ring out on Ukraine's capital.
Chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right.
Dude, dude, you know, it's just oh, Jesus Christ, dude. This World War III breaking news report was sponsored by Applebee's. Oh, this one's fucking insane. I don't know if this is legit or not. Rip. Oof, they lit that fucking thing up. Look at the traces. This one is literally Arma 3. It's fake. It's Arma. Oh, god damn it! I hate it! Why? This is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. This is what I mean. They always, motherfuckers constantly posting fake bullshit. One of the things that you gotta always look for, one of the things that you gotta always look out for is one, people constantly posting old footage. Okay. One of the things that you have to look out for is people posting old shit from other conflicts, from prior conflicts, or even fucking video games, I guess, apparently. I don't even know if that's a video game or not, but he fell for it. Dude, that's not funny. There's like, for the record, like I'm pretty, you know, I'm pretty good on identifying it quickly, and I usually don't even click on shit, but I guess I clicked on it earlier when I was just starting the stream. One of you motherfuckers sent it to me. Bannon says people should support Putin because he's anti-LGBT and anti-woke. Yeah, I know. We're not even going to do that. We're not even going to fucking get to that, okay? What do people gain from doing fake posts? Western allies see Kiev falling to Russian forces within hours. I mean, from what I understand, the Ukrainian internal ministry has already talked about like arming everyone that needs guns inside of Ukraine, like the civilian population. And I don't know if like they're like, we have guns, we're going to give it to anyone who wants it, which is, of course, not great. You know what I mean? Like that's some fucking Chechen shit, right? We all know how that went. It's just never good to have to put your fucking civilian population in harm's way like that. But also, there is nothing else that you can do in a situation like this where you have to launch an insurgency against a much, much larger superpower. You know what I mean? Like, yes, turn to America. Good guy with a gun beats bad guy with gun. Yeah, that's not. First of all, America's never the good guy with a gun. Okay? No, turning to America in that situation would be use the bad guy with a gun to beat the other bad guy that's immediately attacking you with a gun. But even in that situation, it doesn't matter because you can't fucking do that. You can't do that because both of the guys have nuclear guns. Okay? Russian prisoners of war? Wait, what? That seems like fucking fake news. Taken by... Okay, maybe it's not. Taken by the Ukraine's 93rd Mechanized Brigade. No, that does seem real. No, that does seem real here. Russian prisoners of war taken by Ukraine's 93rd Mechanized Brigade today. Fucking kids, dude. Look at that. Literal fucking kids. Like, these motherfuckers should be wearing, you know, Adidas tracksuits and dancing the Tripolowski, but instead they're fucking literally, like, you know, driving tanks and shit into the Ukraine. Watch this. Putin has brought fear to this home. He's destroying lives. Dude, fuck, man. Okay, listen. I mean, this is everyday existence for Palestinians, for example. And this is how life was for a very long time for Iraqi people, people in Afghanistan. Still life, it kind of is similar like that. Kind of similar to what's going on here. This is the everyday existence for people living in Yemen currently. There's so many places on the planet where this is happening. So remember that. This is not whataboutism. Howaboutism? First of all, it's whataboutism. I'm not even saying whataboutism. This is completely morally abhorrent, completely unacceptable. That video was a Ukrainian MiG-29. Oh, really? It was a Ukrainian jet that did this? In Donbass, is that... Or no? No shot. I don't think Ukrainians fucking... I don't think the Ukrainian jets, like, ever... I think there was shelling. I don't think there was ever, like, fucking air flight or anything like that. I think it was evading anti-air missiles. Yeah, no, I don't believe that. You're getting one guide. It's a Russian jet targeting Ukrainian BMPs. Praising Azov is not back on the menu. Oh, yeah, this is another thing that I mentioned. Facebook is temporarily permitting users to praise the neo-Nazi Azov regiment of the Ukrainian National Guard if it defends against the Russian invasion. Azov forces were previously banned from free discussion under the dangerous organization's policy. So, it's an air-to-air missile that was misfired at a house. Seeing a lot of leftist socials I follow implying that Ukraine has been aggressing in Donbass and that Russian invasion is warranted. Element of truth, or is this pro-Russian propaganda? No, that's like, no, that is pro-Russian propaganda, man. That's like, that's, there has been active conflict in that region for the past 8 fucking years, okay? This notion that like Ukraine decided to like act out and literally like increase their shelling and behave in this way when 200,000 Russian troops are at their border? Are you fucking insane, dude? That's so stupid. Why didn't they do this when, you know, there isn't a military exercise happening at their fucking border? Yeah, they decided to maybe research it. What do you mean? I have researched it. I've talked about it. 13,000 people have died in Donbass, and the majority of people that have died are on the Russian side. The majority of the conflict has occurred on the Russian separatist territories, okay? Like the Russian separatist controlled territories. But, and I have talked about this on stream as well. I've researched and talked about this on stream. But having said that, though, that is over the course of the past fucking 8 years. And it's absolutely psychotic that it would happen. It's absolutely psychotic that like the shelling would increase. I know that that's what the Russian narrative is, or the death and destruction would increase in the past week when like Ukraine is going to do it in the least opportune time for them. They're going to start agitating Russia. They got rolled over in like 4 hours. What do you mean? And Russia was able to overtake their fucking main airports and destroy all of their air force, like destroy their air systems in a matter of an hour and 45 minutes. Are you fucking insane? Yeah, they decided to fucking, Ukraine was like, this is the best time for us to do this. This is the best time for us to fucking really like, you know, really get our ass kicked, dude. Great fucking time for us to do this. The worst possible time. The best time to fucking, you know, poke the bear is when the bear and all of his fucking bear homies are literally outside of our house. That's when you got to do it. No, that's stupid as fuck. Obviously, that's a bullshit Russian propaganda. It makes no sense. You know, I'm calling the fucking balls and strikes here on this one. This is funny. I remember this well. Wasn't a sorry you're not NATO. Sorry you're not NATO. Good luck. Remembering another invasion 32 years ago when Saddam invaded Kuwait. Then the U.S. rallied a big international coalition under the auspices of the UN and took it back. How things have changed. The world order isn't under attack. It's dead. Richard Engel says, I remember this well. Wasn't a sorry you're not NATO. Good luck. I wonder why the motherfucking chief foreign correspondent of a major news network is completely oblivious to the difference between fucking Saddam and Russia, which currently maintains the world's largest nuclear arsenal. I wonder if there's a big difference between that. This is what I mean. Americans are fucking brain dead, dude. Americans have lost their minds. They literally think like we are the world police. And the people that we're fucking fighting against, like they're so used to whipping fucking Muslim nations around and doing whatever the fuck they want all around the world that they think they can deal with China and Russia in the exact same way. These motherfuckers have had empires for far longer than America has existed, okay? That's crazy to think you could just like literally operate in the exact same way and not as fucking peers, okay? They go from being scared of Russia to thinking we're in charge of the same damn sentence. Yeah. Bro, we're done. If a motherfucker wants the nuke, I'm just gonna run to the nuke. I can't live in Fallout. Dude, yeah. I don't... My friend, it doesn't matter if you fucking run to the nuke or not. We're all dead if that happens, okay? Jesus. Anyway, it's fucking, you know, silly shit. What if I run sideways? Yeah, you gotta zigzag, like running from a crocodile. You know what I mean? When you're running, if a crocodile's attacking you, you gotta start zigzagging, okay? Because the crocodile has to follow that pattern. Okay? It can't go straight. So that's also the way that you run away from a nuke. It's okay, I'm stepping in. Fuck it, dude. I'm stepping in too. That's it, bro. I'm sick and tired of it, okay? It's done. You know, it's done. I'm stepping in, boys. I'm gonna handle it, okay? I'm going in there. You seem to be right about the nukes. The Telegraph on Twitter tweeted Putin will use nukes on any retaliating nation. I can't post links because I'm not sub, though. It was just... Why would NATO dangle the membership in front of Ukraine? It's not even NATO dangling it. Germany and France were not dangling anything. They were like, chill the fuck out. The only people that were dangling the NATO membership was America. It was like, oh no, we're not going to fucking say that Ukraine can't join NATO, even though we have no interest in allowing Ukraine to ever join NATO because of what literally just happened, possibly happening. Breaking the Turks have joined Russia in invading Ukraine. That's not true, dude. You fucking idiot. Turkey is literally NATO and also has already pledged support for Ukraine. They sent like supplies to the Kiev airport immediately. Anyway. So, Russia TV is running all of the pro-Putin shit from Trump, Tucker, and Ingram from last night. Wait, Tucker and Laura Ingram were pro-Putin last night? That's fucking insane. Okay. Will Kyle Rittenhouse be defending the Ukrainian businesses from Russia? Yeah, send Kyle Rittenhouse out there, dude. See how he does. All right, let's watch
staged political theater in Moscow.
Let's watch what fucking Brandon has to say finally, okay? Jesus Christ. Probably gonna fucking, I mean, I don't know what the exact like limitations on the sanctions are. I've heard that it's not gonna be swift, but everything but swift or some shit, and it said that it's worse overall. He also said he's going to put a sanction on the stream at the top of the hour, every hour, where there's a 60-second ad break. And said if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, Jack, and you could do that for $5. 5 rubles. Or you could do that for free with a Twitch Prime, if you have a Twitch Prime, you know what I mean? You can get a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay, I'm going to invade your house because of that. I'm sorry. Well, the ad break is going to invade your eyes if you don't fucking subscribe. You can also get gifted a sub, like from Sepharix, who just gifted 10. And if you're lucky, that's another way to avoid the ads. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, and then we're doing the Mac attack.
Baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide without any evidence. We saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create 2 new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy.
The moment that Vladimir Putin fucking brought troops inside of Ukrainian borders, Brandon was right. Okay? Straight up. No cap, on a stack. The moment that Vladimir Putin went from like doing his fucking military exercise at the border and doing the same shit that he's done year over year, the moment that he actually was like, yeah, we're fucking recognizing the independence of LDR or LPR and DPR in the Donbass region, and then we're fucking doing a peacekeeping mission there. It's over. It's a wrap. It's GG's. Okay? Straight up. So, you know, he is right. Russia in that circumstance is absolutely the aggressor, absolutely the fucking violent force, absolutely at fault, 1000%.
Both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. And I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response.
Shut the fuck up.
I just spoke with the G7.
No. Oh, wow. Switzerland resists imposing own sanctions against Russia. Switzerland condemns the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the strongest terms. We urge Russia to immediately cease military aggression, and withdraw its troops from the Ukrainian territory. This is a gross violation of international law. International humanitarian law must be respected. We are very concerned about the danger to civilians. I mean, they have a good track record on that. Oh no. I mean, it doesn't, to be fair, like, it doesn't even fucking, you know, the entire world coming down upon Russia and implementing sanctions is, you know, I don't know how successful that will be in deterring Russian aggression, further aggression. I think at this point, it's like, isn't international law a joke, though? It is, of course. Bro, I don't give a fuck about international law. I wipe my ass with international law. Well, just kidding. That's not me. That's America that does that regularly, okay? Like, obviously, international law is bullshit. I don't give a fuck about international law. What actually sucks in this situation, what I do give a fuck about is, like, people dying, okay? Wars happening, people dying. The endless and unnecessary fucking violence that people are subjected to for no fucking reason other than, I don't know, living in an area. It's so stupid. And also, you are a child if you think that, like, you're a child if you think that international law is a legitimate fucking thing, okay? Because every single thing that Russia has done so far in Ukraine, Israel has done as well. And international law is dog shit in that circumstance. Saudi Arabia is currently doing that. And America recently, on top of Saudi Arabia fighting fucking the Houthis in Yemen, America, instead of fucking applying any sanctions to Saudi Arabia, which is currently doing a genocide and a famine, a man-made artificial famine in Yemen, they literally fucking sanctioned the people, the Houthis, which are not good, certainly, but they are still the government. It's like Hamas. Okay? In Gaza. They fucking added additional sanctions to the Houthis. In Yemen. We sanctioned Yemen this week. Okay? So, you know, miss me with this fucking international law bullshit. Okay? What about Ukraine's nukes? Ukraine does not have nukes. Ukraine actually had nuclear arsenal, but they were Moscow's nukes, and they did not have any way to, they didn't have the launch code, so they had no way of actually launching those nukes, even though, what do I always say? They shouldn't have given those nukes up. You had the warheads. You should have kept them. You fucked up, Ukraine. You should have kept them. You should have been like, no, niet, we're keeping this. The EU is voting tonight on getting Russia out of SWIFT to support Ukraine. Germany and Italy are holding against. German and Italian friends, make your voice heard enough. Are you stupid though? Houthis are literally bombing Saudi Arabia every now and then. Do you expect them to just wait for those stupid sanctions? No, you should. The remaining fucking dying Yemen babies deserve the collective punishment. Good take. You know, good job. You really fucking nailed it, dude. You know. Breaking news, Ukraine says it has lost control of the Chernobyl nuclear site after a fierce battle with Russian troops. Chernobyl was the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster in 1986. Fucking dope, dude. Great. Awesome. Sick.
The leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be escape from Tarkov. Turns out it's going to be Stalker instead.
Limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose major, and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around one.
Do you still love Putin now? Look at your name on my screen. Look what it's next to. I have never loved Putin, you fucking idiot.
$1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself. Cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has.
How does that work? Like when fucking, like, is Chelsea Football Club now owned by the fucking people? Like, how does that work? Is Chelsea Football Club now a part of giving back to the people of Chelsea? Like, how does that fucking work when you freeze their assets and shit? You know? What's happening to footy, bruv? What's going on with footy? Simple as, oi. This is not even a fucking joke, by the way. This is like actually a serious question. Like, when you seize the assets of Russian billionaire oligarchs, okay, which control the vast majority of the Russian, not the vast majority, but like the majority of the Russian wealth, what do you do in that situation? Like, how do you do that? They have so many fucking assets in United States of America and also in the UK and in Europe, you know? What are you going to do about that? Also, the main thing that they're not fucking sanctioning is what, 30% of the Russian economy? Energy. Because of our reliance on Russian energy, both in Europe and in America as well, they not only fucking, even in the first round of sanctions, they bought $700 million or like a... Hold on. Yeah, I mean, here, how do I fucking avoid this? How do I skip through? Oh, wait, they actually didn't fucking paywall me this time. Here you go. Oil, gas, and commodities aren't being weaponized for now. This is from 2 days ago. Okay, this is from 2 days ago. But this is after the sanctions. In 24 hours after Vladimir Putin signed a decree recognizing 2 breakaway territories in the European Union, the UK and the US bought a combined 3.5 million barrels of Russian oil and refined products worth more than 350 million at current prices. On top of that, the West probably bought another 250 million worth of Russian natural gas, plus tens of millions of dollars of aluminum, coal, nickel, titanium, gold, and other commodities. In total, the bill likely tops 700 million. How does that make you feel when you fucking come in here and you say, like, Hasan, you're so stupid for fucking constantly talking about, like, NATO this, NATO that. America actually wants the safety and security of Ukrainian people. How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel good when you find out that, like, they don't give a single fuck about Ukrainians and never have and never will and literally fucking gave money to the country they're supposed to be fucking sanctioning? Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel smart? Saving the banger sanctions for later, possibly. If we sanction all, we have no more leverage. Dog, what are you going to do? Are you going to sanction when they fucking do a nuclear first strike? What the fuck are you talking about? They already invaded Ukraine. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm gonna do this when the nukes start flying. We got the ICBMs, okay? Nuclear warheads are like boop, 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 being built. And fucking the top of the nuclear fucking warhead is like opening up, and I'm like, hey, the fucking sanctions are coming, dude. What are you gonna do? Oh, we had to save the banger ones. No, dude. This is not saving the banger ones. This is literally stacking the fucking deck against sanctions that you're gonna do because you don't want to buy these commodities at a way higher price point later. This is why these countries that have like complex trade relationships can't fucking do this sort of they can't engage in this sort of action. Yeah, I'm gonna sanction my neighbor by giving them more money, okay? And then I'm gonna be like, here, you take this money because, you know, the prices are gonna be really high when I sanction you. Dude, they're trying to avoid sanctions that hurt the West as well. Hello? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. Exactly. You're right, actually. It's to make sure that the West is not hurt. You know who is hurt, though? Ukraine. Okay? They just get fucked in the process while America's like, oh, man, we're going to sanction you guys, okay? And it's going to be bad and it's going to be scary. But also, at the same time, we do want to buy the commodities, please. Anyway, and that's the way it's going to be, at least for now. The U.S. and its European allies will continue buying Russian natural resources, and Moscow will continue shipping them, despite the biggest political crisis between the former Cold War warriors since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Both sides are aware of the contradictions. The West knows that commodities are a cash cow for Putin, fueling his imperial ambitions thanks in great part to ultra-high oil and gas prices. But the allies are also aware of the economic self-harm of cutting imports to zero. Doesn't that make you feel weird? Like a little bit? You think that this is like black and white? You think there's good and bad? Right? You're like, everyone is telling you a story. Okay, you go and you go to the news, and the newscaster tells you a story. Vladimir Putin's a madman. He's a bad man. He's a madman. He's crazy. He's fucking going crazy. And America is the good force for good. Okay, they're gonna do good things, and those good things revolve around sanctions, right? We're gonna sanction them. We're gonna fucking stop them, and like, you know, we really care about the Ukrainian people. We really care about the Ukrainian people. And then like 40% of the fucking news coverage while bombs are fucking flying revolves around like, what's this gonna do to the gas prices? Okay. Oh shit. Okay, I guess we don't care about the Ukrainian people as much if it fucking impacts our wallet. Okay, if it hurts our wallet. Germany's energy dependency on Russia is 35% oil for gas, 55% coal, 50%. Yeah, exactly. This is why Germany would have been a perfect fucking. This is why Germany would have been a perfect fucking person to sit at the negotiating table. Okay. And this is why they were taking a way less aggressive stance. This is why they only sent fucking 5,000 helmets. This is why they stopped Estonia from sending German-made weapons into Ukraine. Those were the reasons. There was only one fucking guy. There was a couple countries that are supposedly, well, the main region, the main people that did not want any sort of fucking conversation to take place and refused to have any sort of conversation take place that would, you know, treat the Russian expansionist attitude seriously and you know, meet them halfway, make concessions, get Ukraine to make concessions. The only country that would not do that was America. And Canada and the UK, but obviously mostly led by America. Anyway. Canada is being 100 times more aggro than Germany? Yeah, no shit. The further you are from fucking Russia and the less you deal with Russia, the more you can be aggressive. But it's posturing. The point is, it's just aggro posturing, but it's fucking bullshit. I mean, dude, come on. This is just a contradiction? Oh man, what an insane contradiction. That we're putting sanctions, but not on things that would actually make our leadership in the West look bad. That would make life worse for Americans and German people and make it more expensive. And it would make it more expensive, right? Anyway, for its part, the Kremlin may be tempted to weaponize its natural resources, which would trigger blackouts in Europe, but it also knows commodity exports are its own economic lifeline. It's the commodities market version of the Cold War doctrine of mutually assured destruction. With other adversaries, say Iran or Venezuela, the White House has been quicker to use oil as a geopolitical tool. As a result, both Tehran and Caracas cannot sell oil legally in the world markets, not just into the U.S. However, Russia remains free to ship its oil into America, and the UK continues to buy Russian diesel too. By the way, that's why I said you can't do fucking sanctions on a country like Russia. You could do it on Iran, you could do it on Venezuela, but it's too late. GG's for Russia. You can't do it for Russia. You can bully other countries like Iran, and you can bully other countries like Venezuela and destroy them, cripple them economically, make sure that no one fucking deals with them, and ruin their people, kill their people, literally, because sanctions are an act of war. Sanctions are an act of collective punishment that international law says is appropriate and available to use in your fucking tool belt as a Western superpower. Sanctions are the reason why there were 500,000 dead Iraqi children, which Madeleine Albright famously said was just the cost of war that they were willing to take. Okay? But you can't do that for Russia. You can't do that for Russia. You can't do that. You can do that for Cuba. You can't do that for Russia. Right? And that's precisely why you have to meet them halfway at the table and take them seriously. I understand that it sounds like I'm fucking defending Vladimir Putin or anything. No, he's a madman. He's a mad lad. He's crazy. He's bad. All of that stuff. Okay? He's violent. The actions he took are completely morally abhorrent, completely unacceptable, but you have to take him seriously because he has nukes. And not only that, but also because he has commodities and goods and oil and gas that the American government is refusing to fucking give up on. Okay? Because ultimately, you're not going to actually, you know that you're not going to actually defend Ukraine. You're not going to help Ukraine. You're just going to give them guns and you're going to give them weapons. And then Ukraine has to fucking deal with like endless war against an occupying force and turn Ukraine into fucking Afghanistan. That's devastating. That's bad for Russia, right? As I've said time and time again from the fucking jump, from the start, who stands to benefit from this circumstance? Not the Ukrainian people. Who stands to benefit from this circumstance? Not Russia. The only people that stand to benefit in this situation are the people that are selling guns, giving money as a loan, conditional loans to Ukraine, offering training and guns to Ukraine that are far away, that won't even fucking accept Ukrainian refugees. Okay? Millions of people will be displaced if this matter is not resolved immediately. Anyway, what is meeting with him halfway? Is that giving up Ukraine and then rediscussing because this feels like Cold War when we just stand off and threaten nukes? Yeah, exactly. Can you explain again what Putin meant by denazification, even though the president is Jewish? Yes. Zelensky is not a Nazi. That's fucking ridiculous. And I don't even think even Russian propaganda tries to say that. There are Jewish Nazis in Ukraine, of course. They are a part of right sector. Ukraine has a history of aligning with Nazi Germany. Some Ukrainians align with Nazi Germany. Others obviously fought in World War II alongside the USSR, and there were heavy fucking casualties on the Ukrainian side, major casualties. But there were also some, they were also the right sector, for example. You meant Ukrainian Nazis, not Jewish? No, there are Jewish people in Ukraine that are in right sector right now. There are Jewish people in Ukraine currently that are a part of a neo-Nazi brigade called the right sector, okay? That's what I mean. They're not all Jewish, obviously, but there are some Jewish people in Ukraine that are working with right sector or a part of right sector. That's the truth. Also, Israel itself has armed and given guns to the right sector, for the record. So, you know, understand that this is not black and fucking white, okay? Guys, the whole point of this, the fact that Slavs are fucking Nazis is also insane, considering the fact that the Nazis did not consider them to be human, okay? It's not just, you know, it's not just Jewish people that were fucking murdered by the Nazis. Slavs were murdered by the Nazis too. They were not considered human. They were considered subhuman. And there are still Slavic Nazis, plenty of them. Okay? Anyway. So but as far as denazification goes, like, that's Putin's justification for military action. It's bullshit. Are there actual neo-Nazi brigades in Ukraine? Certainly, absolutely. Have they now been a part of the National Guard of Ukraine, especially in the front lines in Donbass? Absolutely, certainly. Okay. Did these guys get CIA training? Also, yes. Did they get guns from America? Also, yes. Okay. That's just you know, that's just the way America operates. Wait, hold on. America will fund reactionaries and legitimize them and hype them up in an effort to you know, destabilize regions and use them to their desire, to their heart's content. I mean, also, yes, Russia has Nazis as well. The Wagner dude and his brigade is like straight up fucking Nazis. I mean, there's plenty of fucking nationalists in Russia as well. And I've talked about this before as well many times. Like, the denazification angle is like bullshit because what? You're fucking sending your Nazis to go kill the other side's Nazis? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? And then it's just the denazification is an excuse because it's a part of Russian. It's a part of Navalny is a confirmed Nazi. Yeah, I mean, Navalny is like hyper nationalist. But there are a lot of nationalist reactionary brigades. I mean, the Chechen forces that Russia uses regularly are also, they're not Nazis, but they're also extremists, reactionary extremists. So, but the denazification argument is a double entendre. One, because he was triggered by the decommunization that Ukraine was engaging in, as in he was destroying, like, as in, you know, Ukraine was becoming neoliberal, open markets, all that sort of stuff. It's all of the things that you have to do as a country if you want to get IMF loans, if you want to fucking work with the West. It's a way to basically rip apart your country and reconfigure it at the behest of foreign capital, Western capital. Pretty basic stuff. And decommunization and the liberalization, and rather, or the fancy term is the democratization of Ukrainian markets was the thing that he was upset by, especially considering that the original position is like he was saying in the original conversation he had, he talked about how, like, you were disrespectful to Lenin, which gave you Ukraine. You were disrespectful to Lenin, which was Ukraine was his project. You know what I mean? You were disrespectful to the fucking. You were disrespectful to Stalin, who was totalitarian. But, like, you know, you were. If you want to decommunize Ukraine, like, I'll show you decommunization. Like, I'll take over Ukraine. That's what he was saying. And the denazification basically is just a double entendre for that reason. They're saying, you know, we're not going to do decommunization. We're going to denazify Ukraine. And the other reason why they're mentioning it, or the other reason why you mentioned it, is, again, propaganda. Make it seem like the entirety of fucking Ukraine is run by Nazis. Not true. And fight back against the Azov Battalion and Azov Battalion style troops that are unofficially a part of the National Guard. In Ukraine, in the Donbass region specifically, especially. Nationalism is not Nazism, friend. Stop. We're talking to Americans, okay? I'm trying to describe it to Americans. And also, it doesn't matter. They're still fucking fascists, dumbass. Who cares? Oh, dude, yeah, you're right. They're not as anti-Semitic. They just want to murder, like, Roma people, okay? Got it, okay. Like, they're still fucking fascists, dude. What do you mean? Yeah, also the irony is that the Wagner group, for the record, are Nazis as well on the Russian side. Worth re-upping this since the Wagner is already reportedly in Ukraine again. A Russian mercenary corps expressly named for Hitler's favorite composer has arrived to denazify a country led by a Jewish president. Yeah. Anyway, am I an asshole for not giving a single shit about the war going on? I don't know. I feel bad for the people, but I just don't care enough. I mean, I don't know. I mean, dude, there's so much pain and suffering happening all around the world at our hands as well, as caused by others, like in the case of Russia and Ukraine. that it's probably fatigue at that point. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, but like, it's just a lack of empathy because you're like, well, what the fuck? It's hard to keep up with everything. I don't know. I mean, I care, and I try to get people to care, but I don't know if ever I can get everybody to care. Keep bootlicking Russia. Wait, what did he say? Hasan will not explain what? Oh, fuck. All right, let's continue. Let's hear what Brandon had to say. We haven't finished Brandon.
$250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that were sanctioned as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gained from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money.
You talking about it, even to give context, is exactly why Putin brought it up. They're going to hear Ukraine and think Nazis. Dude. I'm explaining to the chatter why Vladimir Putin brought up denazification while simultaneously claiming that it's literally propaganda and bullshit. I am addressing why Vladimir Putin is bringing up propaganda. Do you want me to fucking lie? It's a false justification, which I am describing. That is what I do. This is what I do. I'm offering context. What is wrong with you, man? Like, people are so fucking strange.
From U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It'll strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It'll hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity.
Hostomel has been recaptured by Ukrainian forces
to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine.
For the record, he said that already. He said that before, and he kept repeating it for people who are like, oh, what the fuck? For people who like yell at me and talk about like appeasement. My anger in this circumstance stems from not fucking bringing Russia to the negotiation table to exhaust diplomacy before this action took place. I don't even know if Russia would have actually followed through on that, or if they would actually. I don't know if Vladimir Putin would have literally been like, oh, okay, you know, you're giving us concessions. You're saying that Ukraine won't join NATO, which you weren't going to fucking let them join NATO anyway. Then, you know, it's fine as long as you recognize the independence of like DPR and LPR, right? They did, though. That's not true. They never actually had a full-blown they never actually got together and had a diplomatic conversation. They only had the German chancellor speak to Vladimir Putin, and they had Macron speak to Vladimir Putin, but can't get to that without Blinken, and you can't actually get to a full-blown deal without Blinken and the big man Brandon, okay? Have to have America at the table. You have to allow America to be at the table at a diplomatic summit where they won't fuck the shit up. Okay? Negotiating with terrorists at that point? No. That's the main difference. ISIS you can fucking wipe out. A lot of civilians will die, but you can just fucking laser them, okay? You find their strategic positions and you fucking destroy them. This is a state with nuclear warheads. That's entirely separate. You can't fucking deal with them like you're dealing with terrorists, okay? You just can't do that. And the reason why you can't do that is because they have nuclear warheads. It's the same exact reason why Ukraine, or rather the Western powers that dangled NATO, Ukraine, allowing Ukraine to join NATO, actually never intended for Ukraine to join NATO, because that would imply that Western powers have to go to war with Russia, a nuclear power. Okay? You have to understand that there's a difference between the world's largest fucking nuclear warhead owning state and ISIS. Americans, unfortunately, are conditioned into seeing like, oh, terrorists are irrational. They're behaving like terrorists.
Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says that an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia...
This has been going on for months, last years, not just last week with the Chancellor of Germany or whatever law. I mean, yes, I know. I agree.
Aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea. I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania.
You are so dumb thinking this operation wasn't planned deeply for months or maybe years. You couldn't give less fucks about those meetings. It literally does not matter. You can have contingency plans regardless. You can have contingency plans. Every country does war games for that reason. They've been doing war games at the border for the past 8 fucking years, okay? Yeah, of course they were, of course they're ready to do things like this. That's why they're doing war games. That's why war games are aggressive posturing, okay? I know. The issue is war games is one thing. Actual fucking hot invasion is entirely different. That's actually a fucking aggressive, that's an escalating aggressive fucking stance.
Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparation.
Hey, sorry, Ukrainians. Hey, Ukrainians, the 300 Ukrainians watching, I'm sorry. It had to be done, okay? There was just no way to do it, you know? You know, you gotta think about the bright side, you know? I know your fucking home is being shelled. I know that, like, you had to leave your house terrified in the fucking middle of the night. And try to get into Poland, but also defense contractors' stocks are doing really well. So here, take some AR-15s, okay? And if you want, you can try to fight against Spetsnaz or Russian paratroopers insanity. Just absolute fucking insanity. This is literally the worst case, the complete, your incoherent babbling is hilarious, the complete worst case fucking scenario that could have ever happened. What? Russia invading Georgia in 2008, literally the same shit going on right now. Yeah. So far, 10,000 rifles have been distributed in Kiev to civilians. 10,000 automatic rifles have been given to regular civilians in Kiev in the last few hours, says the interior minister. Jesus Christ, dude. That's a lot. For comparison, that's about 10% of the automatic rifles in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I don't know if that's true or not, but something to consider. Also, guys, hold up. I think we got it. Okay, stop everything. Stop the presses. Sean Penn is on the ground in Ukraine filming a documentary about Russia's invasion. We're good. Okay, we're good. Fuck, thank God. Thank God, dude. I was thinking to myself, like, how will we solve this conflict? Motherfucking Sean Penn, dude. The director specially came to Kiev to record all the events that are currently happening in Ukraine and to tell the world the truth about Russia's invasion of our country. A translation of a statement from the office of the president reads, doesn't giving rifles to civilians make them combatants? I mean, it's a unique situation. On the one hand, you're being invaded, so you have to fucking defend your country. On the other hand, yes, you do become an enemy combatant. We need Spec Ops Steven Seagal. Well, Steven Seagal will be on the Russian side, so. Maybe they'll like, okay, here. Okay, here. Here's what we're going to do. Sean Penn on the Ukrainian side, Steven Seagal on the Russian side, because he's obviously, Steven Seagal, anti-America, loves Venezuela, loves Russia. Says he is from the continent of Asia now, like the entire continent. So we get Steven Seagal to do Aikido against Sean Penn. The winner of that hand-to-hand combat gets to, give the entire country to whoever they are championing. Trial by combat. Now, of course, Sean Penn, allegedly good at beating women. Might think Steven Seagal is a woman, so that could be helpful. Okay? That could be helpful in this situation. He might think Steven Seagal does have long hair. Steven Seagal, on the other hand, literally just not even aware of fighting. Like, he's just never actually fought someone who hasn't, like, taken a dive. So I don't know. Yeah, he has the misogyny passive. Do you think if the Ukraine campaign goes well, Russia will shoot for Belarus too? I fear this might be the first step. What do you mean, dude? Belarus is already Russia, dog. What the fuck? Are you serious? Belarus will most likely... Belarus is like democratically going to become a... Well, not democratically, but, you know. You know what I mean. The fucking... Belarus's leadership has Putin's fucking... boots so far shoved up their asses that they literally invaded Ukraine at the behest of Russia last night. What are you talking about, dude? Belarus is like, why not me? They're looking at Ukraine and going, why not me? Why won't you annex me? If anything, people should be fucking scared in Georgia. Like, you're talking about a country that is literally a vassal state that is currently invading Ukraine at the behest of Russia, okay? That's insane. Here are all the Ukrainian territories that are occupied by Russian forces, okay? So I guess the information on Mariupol was bullshit, for the record, because they were talking about how like they moved into Odessa and Mariupol. This is directly coming from, I think this is coming from the Ukrainian, I think this is coming from the Ukrainian Interior Ministry, so it's not like... Belarus didn't even tell the troops they were going to be fighting. France is insane. France says Putin needs to understand NATO has nuclear weapons. What the? Wait, what? Uh-oh. Okay, let's fucking chill. Okay, let's be chill. What? You can't tell me. What? I'm sorry. What? He's not wrong, and mad has been a thing for decades, dude. I know, but, you know. What a comically terrifying headline. Fuck it, launch the nuke, see who survives. Well, not any of us. In Slovakia, there are people who are Nazis, but also Slavs, but also support Putin. Yeah, nationalism is kind of the fucking name of the game out there. Trudeau just announced new cyber support to Ukraine, which includes a brand new top-of-the-hour ad break. Fuck you, dude. That's mine. You can't... At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with the Twitch Prime if you have one. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. You know, DPR and LPR gifters have been quite silent in these past couple days. Secodon, thank you for the 5. AMDZ23, thank you for the 5. Oh my God. That was fucking terrifying. Holy shit. That was fucking terrifying. Is your house farting? No. I'm getting work done. Oh, okay, here's the ad now. Hold on. Holy fuck. Thank you, VG Robert, for the 10 give the subs. What? Britain could expel all Russian citizens from the UK? What? We can expel Russian citizens, all of them. We can make a choice to defend our interests, to defend the British people, and defend our international partners. Wait, you can't do that. What the fuck are they saying, dude? That is completely fucking psychotic, dude. What is a Tory? So I don't know. They're just probably saying like stupid shit. Okay, it's just like a fucking stupid idiot Tory saying stupid idiotic shit. Okay, but also still crazy that. No, ones that have proven ties to Putin. Watch the press conference. Yeah, your data. Okay, steal all my data, daddy. Senior conservative MP has said the government could protect Brits by expelling Russian citizens from the UK in response to Vladimir Putin's invasion. The Russian president announced in early hours Thursday morning he could invade Ukraine. US, NATO, and EU leaders have responded with a new wave of punitive measures. Boris Johnson announced a fresh series of 10 main sanctions targeting around 100 Russian individuals, including Putin's former son-in-law, entities, subsidiaries, and banning any business with them in the UK. Other measures include the government freezing all assets to the major Russian banks, including the country's second largest VTB, totaling 154 billion quid. In Parliament on Thursday afternoon, Conservative MP and Foreign Affairs Select Committee Chair Tom Tugendhat, what a fucking last name, called for tougher consequences on Russian individuals to protect Britain. A hostile state has launched an act of war. We can act now, he said. We can freeze Russian assets in this country, all of them. We can expel Russian citizens, all of them. We can make a choice to defend our interests, to defend the British people, and to defend our international partners. Or we can do, sadly, what we've done too often in the past. Watch until it's too late and the British people have to pay a much higher price. Speaking in the House of Commons as he announced the sanctions, Johnson said it was vital Putin is seen to fail. Above all, the House realized the hard and heavy truth that we now live in a continent where an expansionist power, deploying one of the world's most formidable machines, is trying to redraw the map of Europe in blood and conquer an independent state by force of arms, he said. Okay, that's crazy. The expelling, he said all Russian citizens, by the way. No, he didn't say like some, that fucking Tory psycho. Belgian Secretary of State said made similar comments. Belgium is not a real country, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. They should expel the Tories, honestly. It's a meme, okay? New chatters that don't know. I have a Belgian mod. Not even here right now because he's not from a real country. Dispel Hasan, a Putin royalist? Yeah. I am a big fan. Talking from your ass. I love when I say stuff like Belgium is not a real country. It doesn't exist. And motherfuckers will be like, I'm going to take that seriously. And assume that you're being serious and not making a joke right now. And I'm going to literally be like, you're a stupid person. People in Finland are now talking. Yeah, Finland says they are going to debate on NATO membership will change after the Russian invasion. Exactly. Yeah, good job, by the way. If your goal is to like fucking, if your goal, okay, as Vladimir Putin is to like stop NATO from further expanding, you literally took countries that had already had neutralization agreements with you and you decided that they are now justifiably going to be fearful and straight up fucking join NATO. So good job. Fox News is inching towards an embrace of Vladimir Putin. The most influential primetime host is already fully in the tank, and the rest of them simply prefer Putin to Biden. Yeah, that stuff is weird, man. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know, like, what their point is. I don't understand it. I know that a lot of people think, like, I have the same point of view as, like, Tucker Carlson or whatever. Because, you know, I have a more critical approach to like American influence and American involvement in foreign affairs. But like it's insane. Defending Putin or defending Russia in this way is completely psychotic. So I want people to understand. That's why I have that fucking childlike banner above my head. So that people get what I'm saying, so that they don't misinterpret what I mean and then take like an uncharitable position. There's a lot of people who are trying to promote uncharitable positions that I've had on things that I've said from day one. Often the exact opposite. If Donald Trump were president, none of this crap would be going on, says Lindsey Graham. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. All right, let's watch the rest of fucking Brandon. I'm going to finish the Brandon thing, I swear.
For additional moves, should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me.
Oh, dude, listen, the real victims of this situation can't be Americans. I thought he was going somewhere very different with that, okay? Like, he loaded that up to be like, we're really out here trying to defend Ukrainian sovereignty and the Ukrainian people, like, we're going to be looking out for them. It's like, listen, not a single American is going to feel the pain at the gas pump. Sorry. Hey, Ukrainians, sorry. We had to buy $700 million of oil and commodities from Russia while claiming we're going to give them sanctions. Sorry, we lied to you and said, you know, you're going to join NATO. We just gave you guns over and over again.
But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Does anyone fucking believe this? I'm sorry, dude. Like, anyway, look, Russia bad, okay? Literally, like, the worst person in this situation is Vladimir Putin. Russia is the worst country in this circumstance, okay? They're the ones who are fucking bombing Ukraine at this moment, in this situation, with respect to Ukraine. Russia's the worst fucking actor, okay? Please, do not misunderstand what I'm saying. America has never, ever given a fuck about anyone else. Like, who believes this? Who believes this? Are people like, yeah, we always stand up to bullies. That's right, dude. That's what America does. When? We are the bullies, motherfucker. We've never stood up to, like, that's not a real thing.
This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends.
How much diplomacy would have satisfied you then, and how do you measure this? Do you truly think more diplomacy would have dissuaded Putin from war? I don't know, dude. I don't know. But if it's fucking inevitable, if literally, like, violent action is inevitable, then why wouldn't you try to exhaust every option? Because all we did in this situation is not even do a fucking half-hearted appeasement. Like, we literally didn't even get to the appeasement point. We just did nothing, okay? We were just like, yeah, shut the fuck up. Here's some guns, Ukraine. Fuck off. Fuck off and die, okay? Here's some fucking guns. Deal with it on your own. Yeah, you're not going to join NATO. Just say. They're not going to join NATO anyway. Just fucking say. Just say it. Bring Russia to the fucking table. Rebuild the Minsk agreement while also recognizing Russia's interests, okay? You have to do that. You have to. And if that doesn't work, then it's over. It's going to happen regardless, okay? It's going to happen one way or the other, then it's going to happen. But at least try something. And instead, instead of trying anything, instead of trying to do any fucking diplomacy, anything like that, you were just like, here, take guns. You know, it'll be great. You can fucking deal with it on your own. Who cares? You are so cringe. Jesus, save everyone in this chat, please. Hey, Hasan. Oh, dude. Also, you want to know who the fucking worst pig dogs are in this situation? People who literally get incredibly butthurt about me shitting on America in a situation like this, when clearly Russia is still the fucking worst actor, okay? Why are you defending the integrity of American empire, you piece of shit motherfucker? What is wrong with your fucking brain? America fucked over Ukrainians too, okay? God damn, you are such a stupid fucking bitch, dude. There is perhaps no better indication that you do not give a single fuck about Ukraine or Ukrainians or anything of that matter, and simply are like protecting American integrity like you yourself, like your life depends on it, than trying to fucking get triggered and finding a way to get triggered by my sentiment in this circumstance, when clearly Russia is the worst actor here, okay? It's so weird. You're like, America number one, you better not fucking say shit about America. You fucking asshole. Fuck you. Like, who cares? Who cares about your fucking feelings, you dumb American bitch? Shut the fuck up. Putin and Macron just spoke. Sounds like it got heated. They had a serious and frank exchange of views about the Ukraine situation, the Kremlin says. Vladimir Putin gave extensive explanations of why a decision was taken to launch a special military operation. Motherfuckers lose their mind. They're like, what about us? And what about us? It's like, I'm not even saying what about America, okay? I'm literally saying like it's Russia's fault. Anyway, it's just so fucking strange to get so butthurt when America gets like lightly fucking criticized in any situation. Clearly, America's fucking actions in this circumstance as the world police has not worked, right? Because currently Russia is shelling Ukraine. Are there fucking boots? Are there American boots fighting back? Are Americans defending Ukraine right now? No. Why are Americans not defending Ukraine? Think about that for a second. Should Americans defend Ukraine? You love talking about fucking appeasement, but like, what's the exact opposite of appeasement? You want fucking America to go to war in Ukraine at the behest of Ukrainian people, right? Except these are two superpowers with nukes, okay? So when that happens, the moment that happens, it's over. We're dead, okay? Mutually assured destruction. It's done. Shut the fuck up, pussy. What are you even saying? I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The moment that like American troops walk through Ukrainian borders and gear up and go to fucking war, I don't know where that goes, okay? I do not know where that goes. I don't know how it extends beyond just like accidentally fucking blowing up a fighter jet that belongs to Russia in a proxy war. You know what I mean? That has happened in the past. But that's entirely separate than like, we are going to go into Ukraine and defend Ukraine with our military members. The entire purpose, the entire reason why America, Germany, and other NATO countries did not want Ukraine to be a part of NATO was because of what just happened yesterday. The likelihood of what happened yesterday happening, okay? Because Article 5 would mean if what happened yesterday, if Ukraine was a part of NATO and what happened yesterday happened, they would all have to go to war with Russia. Nuclear superpowers would have to go to war with Russia. Another nuclear superpower. Okay? Now you're talking about, now you're fucking, you know, now you're talking about like France having nukes and shit. What the fuck? Don't you think Ukraine being a part of NATO would have prevented the invasion from happening? If Ukraine was, there's a reason why Ukraine and Georgia being brought up as potential fucking NATO countries by George W. Bush way back in the day kickstarted a lot of these conversations, a lot of the fucking tensions. I need people to understand, okay? There's a reason why Finland already has a neutralization agreement. Right now, Finland could potentially join NATO and destroy that neutralization agreement. I don't know the exact details. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I'd have to read more into it. But right now, all that other countries can join NATO, Finland, which already has a fucking neutralization agreement with Russia, which would be horrible for the interests of Vladimir Putin. Not saying it's good or bad, okay? I'm simply stating that NATO or Finnish people could destroy their neutralization agreement that they had with Russia and join NATO. But Ukraine is not like Finland. Okay? Ukrainian diplomat has confirmed heavy Russian casualties. Russian deployment near Kiev was crushed. Heavy Russian casualties. Ukrainian army stands her ground. I don't know how real this is. There's a lot of misinformation fucking flying left and right, by the way. But yeah, this is Putin did this, for the record. Good job to Putin. If his goal was to fucking, you know, show the rest of the world how big of a dick he has and how, you know, Ukraine can never join NATO, well, good luck. Because now, while you already re-solidified a position that like every other fucking country shared about Ukraine's NATO application, you now have given absolute fucking legitimacy to other countries that you have already secured neutralization agreements with to, you know, go ahead and join NATO. Actual justifications. Anyway, Russia can't allow Ukraine to join NATO and potentially have NATO missile stationed there the same way U.S. could not allow Cuba to have Soviet missiles on its soil. We already covered all that stuff. Okay? Anyway, I fucking still haven't finished Brandon.
Next few weeks and months, we hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them. But the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. And they've repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. but it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine, and may God protect our troops.
Mr. President.
Associated Press, Zeke.
So do you have any plans to speak with President Putin at this point, and what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Why are Germans such pussies blocking SWIFT and energy sanctions? Do they want another Hitler ravaging or war? I don't know why. First of all, America itself is also fucking still doing energy trade agreements with Russia. So it's not just Germany, my friend. I like that you think that America is like postured up, stands the fuck up against Russia, but that's not the case. That's what I've been talking about. It's money. It's energy. It's having an energy crisis in Germany. U.S. is respecting Putin? No, they're not. There's no like. It's not like respect or anything. It's just, they don't want fucking global collapse. Part of the reason why doing this kind of invasion in the winter is strategic because you have more need for gas. And they get like they get half their coal and gas from Russia. It really seems like you hate America. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. Yeah, okay, so what? Yeah, okay, I do. That's why I live here. I chose to live here, and I live here, and I think America has a lot of potential, and that's why fucking I constantly criticize it. But even if I fucking did hate America, so what, you fucking idiot? I'm not talking about America's stances here, okay? Like, you can't have a conversation about geopolitical conflict without talking about the largest imperial superpower on the planet. It's so weird. Like, imagine in this circumstance when I'm covering every fucking angle and the one thing you hear is like, seems like you hate America. You stupid bitch. Go watch fucking MSNBC then. Go watch Fox News. Don't worry. They'll cater to your American exceptionalist expectations. Like, god damn, dude. Like, I know I joke about like American nationalism being like baby shit in comparison to like all these other countries, Turkey, Ukraine, Russia. You know what I mean? Uh-oh, the fucking sounds are starting again. Uh-oh.
It's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of NATO. NATO is more united than it's ever been. And I have no plans to talk with Putin.
I literally had to mute it. Oh, God. I don't know what it sounds like on your end, but it's so fucking loud. It's like killing me. not gardener stuff. It's like there's someone's underneath my house right now drilling, like underneath my studio.
Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
It sounds like
Mr.
farts.
President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we've proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT number one. Number
Then why
two,
don't you take them off SWIFT
always
then?
an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater.
Biden is defending the CSGO economy by refusing to take Russia off SWIFT. By the way, that's what it is. They're like, no, sorry, Jack. There's a lot of knives. People have been selling a lot of knives on the second markets. Jack, we take Russia off SWIFT, all of a sudden, that's global collapse. You know how many sweet knives I got? Look alive. SWIFT is the international financial banking system. Society for Worldwide International Financial Telecommunications is based out of the fake country of Belgium that handles payment requests and messages between 11,000 financial institutions across the world, delivering 42 million messages per day in 2021. The Washington Post likens the system to the Gmail of global banking, and the Financial Times notes that while Russia and other countries can still conduct banking transactions with other countries without SWIFT, it would be much more labor-intensive and expensive. Cutting Russia off from SWIFT would have a significant economic impact when the U.S. weighed booting Russia from the platform in 2014 due to its annexation of Crimea. Former Russian Finance Minister Alexei Kudrin estimated Russia's gross domestic product would shrink 5% in a year without SWIFT, and then Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev likened the move to a declaration of war. Financial Times also notes that the move would harm Russia's ability to profit off the oil and gas exports that make up 40% of the country's revenue. That is, remember, it's a lose-lose situation. It's a catch-22 where if you shut off oil, if you put sanctions on oil and gas like Venezuela, like you do on fucking Venezuela and Iran, okay, all of a sudden you're destroying 40% of the Russian economy. Okay? But if you do that, you're also destroying Europe. Because they need it. Because they need the oil and gas. You're destroying your own fucking gas prices in America, and you're destroying gas prices in Europe. Which is the reason why, while we aggressively posture and claim that we are doing... the Belgium is fake country is a joke. Please, everybody chill the fuck out, okay? Don't worry. Russia's not going to invade Belgium because they don't believe it's a real country. Anyway... Anyway, you can't do that because it's not a price that America is willing to take. It's not a price that European countries are willing to make. Just like nuclear war is not a price that they're willing to, take for Ukraine. Which, that part I do understand, though, to be fair, because that would kill all the Ukrainians and all the Americans and all the Europeans, just everyone in general, except for maybe New Zealand. So, that part I do understand, like not putting military boots on the ground. But if you know that, and if you're working with that knowledge, then, why wouldn't you have a conversation ahead of time before it got to this point?
than any you have faced in.
It has taken you 2 hours to show one video. Yeah, this is Jesus Christ. By the way, this is precisely why I laugh at motherfuckers on the internet who say who say Hasan just clicks on a video, plays it, and then walks away. Welcome. You must be new here. This is literally what I do every day. That's why they call me HasanAbi, which is why it's so funny when people are like, dude, you don't even react hard. You don't even react hard.
In history, is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening.
Wait, why'd you do it then?
This is going to take time.
What the fuck? So wait, why did you do it then? Just for funsies, dude. What do you mean? What the fuck? We just like to give sanctions off sometimes, Jack. What a question. What an answer to that question. Incredible.
To show resolve, so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming. I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together. And we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going beyond?
Yes.
Two topics, just really quick. First,
Oh, fucking douchey, dude. Oh, let's hear what Fox News' question is going to be here. President Biden, sir, people are saying that Vladimir Putin fears how large of a penis Donald Trump has. And therefore, what do you have to say about your penis being smaller than Donald Trump's, sir? Finally, a real journalist. You know what I mean? Let's go, Brandon.
Rates are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on.
But not all of them. Not like the main ones, because that would hurt us too much. Again, there is one way out of this. Reopening diplomatic talks. I know it sounds fucking insane. Russia is engaging in a violent action. Absolutely unacceptable, immoral, violent action. But if it's a fucking nuclear superpower, you literally have to, at some point you have to try to fucking actually have this conversation. Either you shut off the tap and Americans take a fucking fat L on gas prices, okay? It goes beyond that. It's like a national security problem, blah, 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 all this other shit. It's same for Europe. Or, you try to fucking renegotiate. Oh, Christ, Russia doesn't care about diplomatic relations, you hope. It doesn't matter, guys. I don't know why you keep saying Russia doesn't care. Okay, so then don't do anything then. Okay, you got me. Do this, okay? Instead, do this. Where is that fucking poem? This is what will stop Vladimir Putin. Okay, hold on. Where is it? Where the fuck is the poem that I was going to show you? The nuclear cringe. Oh, here. I think personally, this is what we should do instead. Here, let's put the Ukrainian flag in our bios, okay? And then let's do this.
Dear President Vladimir Putin, I'm so sorry.
You wanted this. You wanted this to happen. I'm going to have to show this to you. I was hiding it.
If I was your mother, you would have been so loved, held in the arms of joyous light. Never would the stories plight the world unfurled before.
When I see stuff like this, I think to myself, why couldn't they invade Los Angeles? Okay, why did they have to invade Ukraine? They didn't do it. They didn't deserve it. But we do. I personally, okay?
For our eyes, a pure demise of nations sitting peaceful under a night sky. If I was your mother, the world would have been warm. So much laughter and joy, and nothing would harm. I can't imagine the stain.
For the record, this is the liberal version of what every Republican is doing right now, which is like, Vladimir Putin hates trans people, so maybe we should align with Vladimir Putin. This is the liberal version of that, okay? Which is like using, like trying to take something and then like fit it into your narrow worldview. It's like Vladimir Putin is exhibiting a lot of toxic masculinity energy. He's such a West Elm Caleb. He is such a male manipulator. Typical, you know, dark triad male manipulator trait from Vladimir Putin. Ooh, Vladdy. He has mommy issues. It's like, what the fuck, dude? What are you talking about? He's gaslighting. He just love bombed Ukraine. Okay. Bombed, but also love bombed Ukraine. Have you thought about that? Yeah, no, you didn't. Exactly. Get fucked.
The soul-stealing pain that the little boy you must have seen and believed, and the formulation of thought quickly taught that you lived in a cruel, unjust world. Is this why you now decide no one will get the best of you? Is this why you do not hide nor away shy from taking back the world? Was it because so early in life, all that strife racked your little body with fear? If I was your mother, if the world was cold, I'd have died to make you warm. I'd have died to protect you from the unjust, the violence, the terror, the uncertainty. I would have died to give you life.
Cash App, thank you for the 69 gifted subs, which magically, automatically means you agree with this video, okay? Thank you, Cash App. Cash App put his fucking name next to this video, okay? Cash App wants this kind of poetry, straight up. Cash App is like, this is how we're going to stop Vladimir Putin. This is great. This is a good time to give 69 gifted subs.
Oh, dear Mr. President Putin, if only I'd been your mother.
I mean, look, at least the one thing that's cool about this is that, like, the more you watch it, the more you go, maybe nuclear holocaust is not so bad. You know what I mean? Maybe we do not survive the nuclear winter, but it's okay because, you know, this gets wiped off the planet as well. You know what I mean? Like, just one way of coping with inevitable mutually assured destruction is by watching this video and then thinking to yourself, perhaps it's not so bad if civilization is wiped out. You know?
Perhaps the torture of unwrit youth would not within your heart imbue ascription to such fealty against
You are taking this too far. I love when normies come in, like, from all these, like, other communities, and they're like, this is... You are taking this too far, sir.
World that you thought was so cruel. Perhaps you would hold dear human life, and on this night, instead of Mother Russia, you would call me. And I would set your mind quite free with the...
Bro, she wants to fuck Vladimir Putin, dude. I swear to God.
love.
Okay, hold on. I just got to tweet out. She tried so hard, though, Sag.
That
Y'all
only
are
a
simps.
mother can give, and only a mother can take away. When holds she doesn't the harm at bay and leaves her boy for the promise of a man. Whatever your story, Mr. President Putin, I can't imagine how it feels in your heart, but I know if I was your mother, that would be a start towards the awareness of what a powerful being of light you could be if your mind was only free from the violence you've seen when you were just 2 or 3. I cannot believe I was born too late. In a different place when I would have loved you so. Watched you play wherever you go.
Bro, the 300 Ukrainians that are watching me are right now like, bro, come on, dude. Like, why you gotta show me this? I already packed my bag. I'm like watching you on my fucking phone on the border of Poland. and you're just literally showing me this. This is like, just, they didn't deserve it. Okay, I'm sorry. Everyone else, we deserve to watch this, but the Ukrainians, you didn't have to also fucking withstand this. Why are you making fun of these straight bars? Oh, dude, yeah, I talked about this yesterday, but yeah, the reason why this happened is because Putin's Mercury is in Gatorade. Putin has transiting Saturn opposing his natal Pluto all year. This can be a very destructive aspect / transit. As I can feel, there will be a high mortality rate in Ukraine. Russia is Scorpio rising, which makes the country powerful, while Ukraine is Cancer rising. Things will always happen according to the divine plan, and we can't change it. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant takes all around. Pretty good. Ah, fuck. Brilliant. That's brilliant. Incredible. Brilliant. Stunning. Stunning analysis. Damn. Oh, here, let's see what the fucking other idiotic Americans have to say about this.
So, you know, Russia is a Christian nationalist nation. They're actually Orthodox Christian and Russian Orthodox. So, you know, I actually support Putin's right to protect his people and always put his people first, but also protect their Christian values. I identify more with with Putin's Christian values than I do with Joe Biden. So, you know, like there is that, you know, there is that there, you know.
Bro, that's like straight up. Like, I mean, this is like the American Bund. You know what I mean? Not that I hate the fucking like the Putin is Hitler fucking shit, but like it's not actually all that different, you know, than what historically what Americans did when we were like, yeah, let's fucking join the Nazis, you know, let's do the fucking Madison Square Garden, you know, 30,000 Nazis marched on Madison Square Garden, and we're just like, yeah, no, it's sick, like. Actually pretty tight.
You know, Christian nationalist countries also are a threat to the global.
Also, what about Ukrainians, you fucking idiot? You think they're not Christian? Like, oh, they're nationalists too. She's like, oh, actually, I'm siding with the I'm siding with the Russians on this one. Okay, well, fucking don't worry. Ukrainians are Christian too. Do you not care?
Regime, like the Luciferian regime, it wants to mash everything together. But
the
Putin
Luciferian regime
looks out for his people. I watched as he deported, like they literally walked them through the streets, the criminal illegals who were coming into their country. Yeah. They walked them out and they escorted them out and they said, get out. You know, I can respect that. I can respect that, and I can respect the fact that Putin does everything he can to protect his people. Here's the deal. Also, you know, Russia.
That's awesome. That's brilliant. Stunning analysis. What is this?
Dear President Vladimir Putin.
This isn't real.
Belly. You'd laugh so much you'd shake like a bowl of Putin jelly.
No. Don't give me this shit, dude. Don't give me fake stuff that people are trying to be funny. Unless it's real. I'm from Czech Republic, and I have to say there's no nationalism in our republic, like 30% maybe, people supporting Putin in some way. And the sad thing is that if Russia invades Slovakia, our brother, or our republic, they will just run away, or they will remain hidden but will not fight. There's still support in these post-Soviet countries. Sadness. Sad Twitch emote. Yeah, I don't want to watch the fucking comedian for Barstool. I want real shit. Okay. Yeah, I don't want the parody. We're finishing up the Brandon
Russia,
saga.
Period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, he was, I made it clear, as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read? I shouldn't, I'm not being a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speech,
Yeah.
why he was going into
Stop being a
Ukraine.
wise guy, Jack.
He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
You're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden.
Oh, that's
If
a terror.
Sanctions cannot stop President Putin. What penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
I gotta pee.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks.
I mean, he did say that. You literally just said that. You said the early sanctions that you implemented were not gonna stop Putin. He did say that.
Now,
Yes, but
I gotta pee. I'll be
the
back.
threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
and what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
Because it
attacking
will so
Ukraine as we
weaken his
speak?
country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choice as to whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if
It's not a bluff, it's on the table.
sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir? Mr. President? Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War?
Did he ignore a question? What did I miss?
And is there
President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if
It's
not,
not a bluff, it's on the table.
sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir? Mr. President? Why not sanction him today, sir?
Huh, interesting. The Mac attack. Like, look alive, fatty. Sit down, Jack.
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done.
That's fucking bullshit. Then why wouldn't you do SWIFT? If it exceeds SWIFT, then why wouldn't you also add that to the package to be like, this is the most comprehensive shit? It's bullshit, by the way. That's a lie. But look, sadly, the West's weak response will drive Ukraine to the hands of the nationalists. That's literally what I've been saying. There is no way out of this for Ukraine other than the most reactionary forces taking root now and being seen as liberators, okay? Because they will slowly but surely recognize that the American government just fucking said like, oh yeah, NATO, Jack, we'll give you NATO, we'll give you guns. While Russia is also obviously the fucking main reason why they're also being driven in the hands of nationalists too. So now they're stuck between America not doing enough and or was never going to do enough, and Russia doing the most as far as like actually fucking active conflict and active warfare. So the only people that are left there are to their own devices. They're left to their own devices, and the only fucking people are I keep pushing this as a Ukrainian leftist, but as an incredibly popular leftist progressive, you're being irresponsible when you parrot Russian propaganda, especially the sensational slide about far-right Ukrainian nationalists. Ukrainian far-right nationalism does not have popular support. Stop promoting this idea. This is literally what Putin wants. Dude, listen to me. I understand that right now, in this very moment, far-right nationalistic ideas are not as successful and grossly exaggerated in American news. And not even in a fucking negative way either. Okay? When I say what is going to end up happening is that what is going to end up fucking happening in this situation is far-right ideas, nationalist forces, reactionary forces are going to be seen as the only emancipatory force for purging Russian influence and purging the Russian invaders and the Western the Western forces that didn't even help them, okay? This is what has happened in Iran. This is what has happened in Afghanistan. This is what has happened time and time again wherever Americans have fucking been involved. Gorbachev, I'm a Ukrainian leftist, lived in the United States in 2nd grade. My opinion is something you need to listen to. You are silencing important POC voices.
The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what
I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know if the Spectator Index is like reliable. Ukraine's interior ministry bans men aged 18 to 60 from leaving the country. I don't know if that's real or not. I don't know if it's true or not. I have to see more from like I have to see some other confirmations, not BNO. It could be. I'm saying it could be. I just. But if there are other sources, then show me other sources. And no, not BNO News either. No, like fucking. Like the Ukrainian Interior Ministry, like actually. Or fucking BBC or the AP. You know what I mean? That's what I. It can be real, but you have to always in these situations when there's like constantly shit that's developing. Okay. Ukraine bars Russian men 16 from entry? What? No, that's Ukraine barring Russian men aged 16 to 60 from entry in November 30th, 2018. That's the opposite. What the fuck, chatter? Okay, you tried it. It's fine. Citing martial law signed by Zelensky today, Ukraine's interior ministry says state border guard service of Ukraine is prohibiting men aged 18 to 60 from leaving the country. Okay, this is reliable. Okay, Christopher Miller is a BuzzFeed news guy. He's good. This is a reliable source. So thank you. Okay. All right. We'll look at Russia Today's POV in a little bit, but I want to finish the Brandon Mac attack.
From Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
BuzzFeed News is reputable. Stop saying BuzzFeed Omega Lol. BuzzFeed News is not the same as the rest of BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed News actually has reputable and good reporters. Also, another fucking move from why we need to ban Zoomers. Might get canceled for this one, but the aesthetic feels so special. I get that you might worry about the situation if you're Russian or Ukrainian, but the rest of the world should just enjoy the apocalypse vibes. Events like this are rare, and we should live the moment. Incredible stuff.
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment.
Wait, what was it?
To help isolate Russia. Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. Look, you know, well, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Bro, they're going buck wild, dude. Why are you smiling, motherfucker? What is happening, bro? It's war, dog. Like, possible World War III, and he's just like fucking, oh yeah, Jack, oh. It's just like I'm having vanilla ice cream today. Ooh, it's gonna be good.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States...
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much.
That's it.
Thank you.
Oh shit. Okay, so we saw that part. That's it. God damn, dude. That was a fucking whole ass that was a whole ass mess, dude. Are you serious? Holy fuck. Okay.
From international politics.
All right, let's fucking look at. We got Al Jazeera. Need to consider thanking Daddy Putin for all the content. What? Oh, dude, what the fuck? I'm hearing reports. I'm hearing reports about potential movement and like. Wait, hold on. Is this live?
In this
it is
video,
live.
and we could see we had chatted that
I'm
it was
hearing
happening.
I'm
in
hearing
Kharkiv.
reports about like possible fucking bombing happening in Kiev again, but I don't know if that's confirmed or not.
Was exactly that landmark in the background, and actually that says Kharkiv in the background. And so using that, we could find it on Google Maps, and we could match all the roads around it, and we could really geolocate where exactly that tank was and where all the other vehicles were.
But yeah, we talked about this earlier, but Ukrainian troops are in full control of the Hostomel airport. Russian airborne force has now been eliminated.
This region near the airport. But what really gave it away for this one is that island in the middle of that, in the middle of the water. We were able to quickly look on satellite imagery, pick that up because, it really stands out, that kind of curved nature of the island. And so we could really quickly pinpoint where that video was filmed from on top of that hill and match the location on satellite imagery.
Oh my gosh, Bianca, you are like a social media detective. It is really fascinating to understand your process. Thanks for coming on and explaining it to us.
Thanks so much for having me on.
And that does it for us for these 3 hours on NBC News Now. But don't go anywhere. We have more coverage. Hallie Jackson starts right
now. Ukrainian forces appear to have retaken the airport outside of Kiev. Yeah.
We're coming on the air as the world watches a war unfold, basically live on TV, in what could be the biggest crisis point in Europe since the end of World War II. And tonight, our mission over the next 60 minutes is to be crystal clear about what's happening now, what's happening next.
Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m. heading to shelter.
Where senior defense officials tell NBC News Russian troops are moving closer to the capital of Kyiv, could even target government buildings there. We're going to take you live inside a country under martial law and a new curfew. We're also getting new details about Chernobyl, the site of that huge nuclear disaster something like 3 decades ago. Ukraine says it's now in Russia's hands, why the Ukrainian president calls that a declaration of war against the whole of Europe. And so now President Biden's trying to...
Dude, the Ukrainian meme account, the Ukrainian government's account is fucking psychotic, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Hey, people, let's demand Twitter to remove Russia from here. No place for an aggressor like Russia on Western social media platforms. Like, what are they doing? They're like trying to fucking ratio Russia. Like, they're posting memes and shit. I mean, at the same time, I'm like, what are they supposed to do? They got nothing. You know what I mean? But like, bro... Like, who cares? Yeah, fuck it. Like, okay, Russia's taking off the platform, but like, they're still bombing you, you know? Like, what is going... Dude, I don't know. Maybe it's like I'm too old. Maybe this is our future forever. You know what I mean? But it's fucking wild to just think.
Defense official says Russia is getting closer to Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, as we're learning in just the last hour or so that 57 people have been killed so far, 169 people hurt across the country. Those who are still in Kyiv are under a new curfew put in place tonight. And look at this. These videos, they're gut-wrenching. They show Ukrainians who are just scared. They're scared. They're lining up to get cash, backed up in traffic. They're trying to escape. And then look at this video taken by our NBC News team in Kharkiv with Ukrainians huddled in a subway station to try to stay out of danger. One place Russia has now captured, Chernobyl. Ukraine says it's lost control of the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster. Tanks at the scene, although I got to say, we cannot confirm here at NBC News whether those are Russian tanks or Ukrainian. And then in Washington, President Biden says he's sending another 7,000 troops forward to Germany, and he's laying out more economic punishments against Russian banks and some of its wealthiest elites. And listen, experts say these penalties are tough, but the president still has some tougher cards to play, with questions now about whether he's got to play them sooner. So, big picture. This is where we know that Russia has attacked. These red circles here that you're looking at on the map, those are confirmed attacks from Russia. They're near big cities. You can see it, like Kyiv here, like Kharkiv. We're going to take you live to Kyiv in just a second. Right now, U.S. sources say Russia has launched more than 160 missiles. You've got these circles. You see them here, here, and here. Those are reports of where Russian forces are building up. And then the parts that are shaded over in the eastern part of this country and down south, those are the areas controlled by Russian-backed separatists. We're starting tonight in the western part of the country, in Lviv. That is where we find our Cal Perry. And Cal, this is a city where you've got, I know, journalists that have gone, diplomats have gone to as well. You are there, and I understand you are in your hotel room because of some security issues. I don't know how to characterize it, Cal. I don't want to get ahead of myself. What do you see?
Yeah, so about an hour ago, the city decided to go into what is called blackout conditions. They gave us a couple hours heads up, and they've said for security reasons, they don't want buildings to be putting any lights into the street. So we have shuttered the curtains. We're still able to use our lights. We're not putting any light onto the street. But it's very indicative of an unknown here. People, assumed for a long time that this city would remain safe. That map you are showing and the air sirens that I heard this morning are making it clear that nothing is off limits for the Russian army. It is clearly concerning when you talk about the diplomatic missions that are based here, that were supposed to be based here. The American Diplomatic Corps was supposed to be based here. They are now in Poland. They are not going to commute back and forth anymore to Ukraine. It just serves to sort of the point that you're making. We don't know where the goalposts are on this conflict. We don't know how far the Russian army
My
is
buddy
going
is
to
one
take
of those
it. So
troops stationed in Germany.
that Ukrainians assumed would be safe may no longer be safe, Hallie.
What are you hearing from the Ukrainian government, Cal? Because there have been updates coming in fast and furious. I mentioned the number of people who have been killed so far. Right now, 57. There's real concern that that number could get even higher depending on what Russia does next. As these defense officials are telling us, yeah, they're getting closer to basically encircling Kyiv. And I talked to one top member of Congress who said Putin's not going to stop at just encircling it. He wants it.
Look, we're going to use the at least 59 people killed, at least 149
Antonov Airport is still being fought over. The Ukrainian minister said it was recaptured, retracted their statement. Oh, Jesus Christ. My whole old unit got sent over. This is fucking insane, dude.
But it gives you an idea of the fighting that is taking place in all of these different areas of the country. And look, you know, let's be clear to our viewers. I'm here in Lviv. Right. Aaron McLaughlin, my colleague, is in Kyiv. Matt Bradley is in another spot. Richard Engel is on the front lines. And we don't really have the ability to move around that much, right? In Kharkiv, we're kind of stuck where we are. So a big picture of what's happening, we just don't have at this point. We're only 16 hours into it. And not only do we not have kind of the full picture, the Ukrainian government doesn't have the full picture because there are cyber attacks, there are communication issues. And the first thing that the Russian military targeted were command and control centers. Right. They wanted to knock out that communication and leave people wondering what's going on.
You make such an important point, Cal, because we are sort of triangulating based on reports that we are getting from you and our teams in the field in Ukraine. But even top, U.S. officials are relying on some of these reports too. Like, for example, how much of resistance is the Ukrainian defense forces, the Ukrainian military, putting up at this point? There are reports that they are hanging together, that they are hanging tough, essentially, to try to turn back this Russian aggression. But there's a question mark of how long that lasts.
Yeah, and look, we can count on the Ukrainian government.
Bro, I feel like things have just progressively gotten worse.
Right, trying to keep morale up. As you bring reservists up, you want more people
like,
to come.
Just worse and worse and worse.
So you're not going to spin it.
It's just all the time. I don't know what else to say other than just like it's progressively getting worse always.
A column of Russian armored personnel carriers was hit and was taken out. And then shortly after that, we heard from the Ukrainian ambassador in Washington saying there was a platoon of Russian soldiers that surrendered to Ukrainian forces. And she claims that these forces didn't know why they were there, that the Russian government didn't tell them that they were going to be in combat, that they were going to have to kill Ukrainian civilians. And when they realized this position they were put in, they surrendered. So you can see this information war playing out. And certainly on Russian television, you have a very different story of events. It was fascinating last night when the Ukrainian president went on Telegram, which is an instant messaging app, and he spoke to the Russian people in Russian. And he tried to counter what they're seeing on state TV by saying, we are not Nazis and we are not trying to attack you, because that's what the Russian public is hearing.
Cal, real quick, what is the rest of your night? I mean, are you going to be in there, curtains drawn till dawn, basically? Is that the plan?
We're trying to figure that out. You know, we're keeping an eye on outside. The street lights are off. The building lights, I'm sorry, the street lights are still on. The building lights are off. We want to respect any security concerns that happen, and we're obviously concerned for our own security at the same time. We do want to show people what's going on outside, so we're walking that fine line.
Cal Perry in Lviv, Ukraine. We're so
President
glad you're there
Volodymyr Zelensky signed a decree that orders mobilization on all conscripts and reservists in the Ukrainian regions. Holy shit.
This is a war of choice for Vladimir Putin, and now Russia will pay. Watch.
Putin is the aggressor.
Holy shit.
Putin chose
That's it.
war.
Everybody's this is like straight warfare, dude. They're not letting people. Holy fuck! I hope all of you Ukrainian motherfuckers left the country immediately. Okay, all you people watching. Holy fuck.
That's a lot, right?
I mean, technically, if your IP's in Ukraine, I don't know. I hope everyone watching from Ukraine is watching with a VPN or something, and they're actually not in Ukraine.
And then he's punishing members of Putin's inner circle, basically cutting them off from the U.S. altogether. The president's also not ruling out sanction Putin personally.
18 to 60-year-old men are not allowed to leave the country at the moment, and also on top of that, all the conscripts, all the reserves are
24 hours ago, including on a key gas pipeline. But it doesn't include anything that would block Russia's
You said this wouldn't happen? Dude, are you fucking stupid? I've already admitted that like last week. You're working on last week's intel, okay?
Mike Memley is at the White House. And Mike, I talk about what SWIFT is, and I want to explain that clearly to folks, because there is some appetite, even from the president's own party, that, while he put in place those sanctions that we just showed everybody on the screen there, he may need to go a step further and go ahead and try to cut Russia off from SWIFT. He's in a bit of a tough spot since European allies aren't really with him on that front.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue, Hallie, because as you say, some of the president's fellow Democrats want him to do that. You know, most Republicans are calling for him to do far more than he's doing. And yes, even the Ukrainians have made it clear they think that this is a step that the president should have taken by now. So why hasn't he done it? The president has been very clear throughout this process that he's moving as far as he can with unanimity among our allies. So he's taking the strongest steps he can while bringing everyone along with him. I think the big question, of course, is what happens next? If Putin escalates further, is there more political pressure to be borne on him, on our allies to go further? I think that's part of the calculation here as well. You want to always keep some options in reserve so that if Putin continues to escalate, you have other weapons to play here. But this is the clearest illustration yet of where some of the disconnect remains among our allies about how to respond.
So the president delivered these remarks to the American people this afternoon after I think many people were up kind of all night long watching these developments. It turned into kind of a news conference, and our own Peter Alexander, our friend and colleague here at NBC News, pressed him about, I think, an important question. I want to play that exchange.
Respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions.
Okay, we've already covered this part, but the part that we actually did not cover is the top of the hour ad break, which is coming right now. I apologize. Obviously, you know, the stream is going to continue. There's more to. Yeah. Top of the hour. There's a 6-second ad break running it right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with Twitch Prime, or you don't have to watch the ad. At least this way, when I announce my ads, it's like not like fucking Applebee's. This war is sponsored by Applebee's. Or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. But here's the 1-minute ad break. Now. Fuck, dude, my computer. No, it's not my computer, but like my Twitch. My Twitch is like melting right now. I don't know why. Yeah, can't wait for the U.S. Army ad. Fighter from Mars, thank you for the 5 subs.
One that is very challenged in Russia, escalating slowly, the pressure building. There are some indications today, even some protests on the streets
this is
in
fucking
Moscow
crazy.
And
I don't know if this is real
Russia
or not.
Today, that Putin may have some consequences. Slowly building sanctions continue to grow and continue to affect more Russians.
Thank you,
it's
Heroic
unclear if
Vigilant,
that'll
for the 10
ever
gifted.
lead an autocrat to lose his hold on an autocracy, but it's part of the White House's calculation at this point.
Bro, is that Louis C.K. shit real, by the way, or is that a fucking meme? Yo, is that Louis C.K. shit real, or is that a meme? I saw this. My friend sent me the fucking the photo of this. Like, he's actually in Kiev right now tonight. No fucking shot. If you're in danger in Ukraine, you can ask for asylum in Romania. If you need to do it at the border, Romania will help you guys. It's real, but he canceled the show. Damn, that's the real cancel culture, dude. Oh my God, he's literally fucking stuck in Ukraine. Okay, if he saves Ukraine, then he deserves to be uncanceled. I don't know how he would do it, but... Sorry, let's continue.
On Tuesday, you have these 3 incredible presidential moments. War
Somebody
over
quick masturbate in front of Vladimir Putin.
Here at home, and a speech that's meant to sort of kick off the midterm election for this White House and for Democrats, all converging at once. And the president's been trying to grapple with it, toggle back and forth, having all these meetings at the same time. It's a real incredible moment for this president, for this White House.
What's the biggest thing you're looking for over the next, let's say, 12 hours, Mike, before, you know, folks wake up tomorrow morning, basically?
I'm interested in seeing more of what the White House thinks can be done to ramp up the pressure on Vladimir Putin. Are there steps here that we haven't been talking about? Because primarily we've been talking about economic sanctions, the issue of cyber warfare, and the possibility of the U.S. taking some action in retaliation or in preparation for what Russia might be doing also in the cyberspace. This has been called sort of the Wild West of warfare in the 21st century, and we've heard some rumblings about it, but I'm curious to see if this becomes more public.
Mike Memoli live for us there outside the White House. Mike, thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again fairly soon. I want to come back to Chernobyl, something we talked about right at the top of the show, and why the Russian takeover of that site is so devastating psychologically to folks, not just there, but around the world. You probably know the name Chernobyl. It's that power plant. And if it's hit, right, if it's struck, it could release radioactive dust over Ukraine, over Belarus, other parts of the EU. And if that name, again, Chernobyl sounds familiar, it should. It was the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster, which happened in 1986. So check out this map here. It shows you exactly where Chernobyl is, north of Kyiv, close to the border with Belarus. Keep that in mind. A botched safety test there caused an explosion which sent clouds of nuclear material across much of Europe. The aftermath was awful back then. Radioactive contamination released into the air for 10 days. Dozens of people died. There are still lasting effects there. Russia reportedly wanted to control the Chernobyl nuclear reactor to send a message to NATO not to mess with their military action. And Zelensky is calling the Russian takeover of this site a declaration of war against all of Europe. And keep in mind that map we just showed you, it's close to Kyiv. Right, it's another signal that Russia's getting closer to the Ukrainian capital. Keir Simmons joins us now from Moscow. And Keir, what's interesting about this is it is a site that perhaps while not strategically essential to Russia's invasion here, is symbolically important.
Symbolically important, perhaps not symbolically important in the way President...
I'm not entirely sure on what the fuck they're going to do with Chernobyl. Like, are they just gonna fucking dig up nuclear waste and like blow it up or something, and then fucking, I don't know, use like leaf blowers to fucking blow the clouds over to the rest of Europe? What is happening, dude? I can't. What?
Chernobyl was part of the decline of that empire. Now, of course, we're hearing that Russian troops have taken it over, so it's back in Russian hands again. You know, Hallie, I've actually been there to Chernobyl. Yeah. It is a desolate place. There, you know, you walk into classrooms where there are still children's toys lying around. You go to houses where there are copies of Pravda, the old Soviet newspaper, just lying on the floor in dust. There is a fairground that's not been used for decades. It's a stunning place. It's safe to go to now, apart from right in the center where the reactor is, which they have encased. Quite sophisticated science. They've encased it in order to ensure that it does not cause a danger.
That's it. Bald and bankrupt has to fucking fix the situation.
Around that particular piece of Chernobyl. Well, and by worse I mean artillery or even missiles. Well, that would be very worrying. It sounds like it is now in the hands of the Russians.
Send Bald in there again. Send Bald into Chernobyl again.
In the hands of somebody, assuming that they know what to do with it and how to ensure that it continues to be safe. We have to assume that. But yeah, it's symbolic more than important, but still strategically tells us something about where the Russians are in the way that you mentioned.
Such a good point. Here, you know, we're seeing you live in Moscow now. I've seen you live in Moscow since this invasion began some 16 hours ago. Can you give me a sense of what it's like on the ground? We've seen some anti-war protests there. Mike Memoli referenced that. How significant is that in your view, as somebody who well knows this area?
Yeah, it's well, they're now saying, according to an NGO, 1,700 arrests in 52 cities across Russia. Now, that sounds like a lot. I guess you could say it's not a lot in a country of almost 150 million people with multiple time zones. But the pictures are impressive, compelling, and maybe sending a message. Certainly the protesters will want to be sending a message. And by the way, any protests in Russia have a certain kind of impact because everybody knows the work that has been done to crush any opposition, including, of course, Alexei Navalny, who continues to be in a prison in Russia, and actually just before this conflict started was back in court facing a potential extension of his prison sentence of 15 years. So, yeah, protests, sending a message to President Putin. Question is President Putin listening? I suspect not.
That's right. Keir Simmons, live for us there in Moscow. Keir, thank you very much for being up for us. We're going to keep talking about what's going on with this Ukrainian.
I'm trying to find the motherfucker who keeps saying, bro, you have lice, and ban him, but I can't catch him. One of the mosques could clap his ass. That'd be
Guilty
nice.
of violating George Floyd's civil rights. This is a trial we had been watching. Prosecutors have.
Okay. Let's move back to Al Jazeera.
He's held back on some other measures he could make. Now, in his news conference just a couple of hours ago, he was asked, why aren't you personally sanctioning Vladimir Putin? And he didn't give a clear answer on that. But clearly the Americans are hoping that the sanctions they put in place will be enough to give Vladimir Putin pause for thought. And if it doesn't turn the
White House
tanks
presser
back,
is happening
then
soon.
he's going to start cranking it up with more sanctions, including those targeting Vladimir Putin himself.
And of course, Biden had some very strong remarks about the Russian president's intentions. Any indication as to how the US will respond to this continued attack and destabilization of Ukraine, particularly if the Russians try to force regime change and possibly even take this attack beyond Ukraine's borders?
Well, clearly in Ukraine, the concern is that there's going to be no Americans fighting there and no NATO troops will go into Ukraine either. What they can do is provide financial support, and as we've already seen over the last few months, they've provided extensive training and also lethal force weapons, not just defensive force, but things that they can use if the Russians attack, such as Javelin anti-tank missiles. And they have been using them, we are told, in the few hours that there has been since the Russians crossed the border. The biggest concern, obviously, for Joe Biden and others is any possible attack on NATO countries. And that is why 7,000 more troops are being sent to Germany, and we've already had deployments to countries like Poland and Romania to shore up defences there. The worry would be that if any Russian troops cross the border into either Poland, Romania, or even the Baltic countries, then that would trigger Article 5.
That itself is not too much blood. It's not TOS, but I just don't want to risk it. Sorry.
In New York, and then the US benefited there when they went to war in Afghanistan. And so this is all about trying to contain the situation and perhaps put enough financial pressure on Vladimir Putin, the banking sector, the technology sector, and overall the economy in Russia, and make him think again and perhaps stop what he's doing right now.
Thank you very much. From Washington, Alan Fisher. Well, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, says that the United Nations is scaling up its humanitarian efforts in Ukraine and that the protection of civilians has to be a top priority. He also repeated his call for Russia to immediately pull its troops back.
The decisions of the coming days will shape our world and directly affect the lives of millions upon millions of people. In line with the Charter, it's not too late to save this generation from the scourge of war. We need peace.
Well, our diplomatic editor, James Bays, joins us live now from Brussels. And James, I suppose the issue for EU and NATO member states is that they are going to be affected by...
By the way, this chatter is correct. Once again, when Vladimir Putin annexed Crimea, there were celebrations. People celebrated, okay? Right now, people are protesting because they think this is completely unacceptable. And I don't mean like fucking civil society orgs are backing protests or whatever the fuck. Like, this was a deeply unpopular move.
Are going to be putting it in place, and some of the sectors are going to be affected. We don't think the SWIFT banking system that Alan was talking about a moment ago is going to be targeted, but I can tell you that one of the delegations here says that the discussions go on, even though they've already put out a statement, and that particular delegation reckons this will be a long meeting going on into the early hours. Certainly as they arrived here, some of the leaders were saying this really needs to be the big one. This needs to be the thing that really forces Putin to think again. Others are saying, no, we need to leave something in reserve. We need to have a next phase of the sanctions ready for whatever could be coming next. So a difference of opinion, although all of them certainly have the same opinion in terms of the scale of what has happened in the actions of President Putin, that he's crossed a line, that he is breaching international law, that he's breaching the UN's charter, and they feel certainly it's the time to send a strong message to the Russian president.
We were just hearing a clip from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, a great deal of concern about the humanitarian impact of an attack on Ukraine. What does Europe have a plan or a strategy for dealing with the human cost of this, with casualties and refugees expected to be one of the consequences?
Well, it's certainly something I actually raised at the weekend with the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, when she spoke to...
Oh, shit. When the U.S. drove 5 waves of NATO expansion eastward and all the way to Russia's doorstep, did it ever think about the consequences of pushing a big country to the wall? Oh, shit. Yeah, they're... Wait, when is this? Is from yesterday. This is not from today. This is from yesterday. I didn't even fucking know that this was the take. Statement contains more parts about historical background on U.S. imperialism. They're saying they cornered a wounded animal. China isn't going to do anything. I mean, it just means that they're going to remain neutral and not, and most likely they're going to, and yes, they're not wrong, but I mean, I said this earlier today where, like, part of the problem is that we think, you know, we can just roll over Russia, that we can just like fucking, you know, put sanctions on the table, but not actual sanctions that will harm ourselves. Okay. Like sanctions to a degree that would like genuinely hurt the American economy or genuinely hurt the European economies. Okay. Obviously we're not going to go to fucking war, like active war, because that would mean nuclear war. Okay, and ultimately, it's the people of Ukraine that are getting fucked because they're in the middle of the conflict. Yes, they are wrong. The situation has nothing to do with NATO. This is a Russian propaganda point. Stop promoting it. Dude. If someone is a madman, and I said this already, but if someone is a fucking madman and they're crazy, but they tell you, like, I want fucking Ukraine. I want Ukraine. Especially because you are fucking decommunizing, you're fucking healing to the Western influence. You're becoming a threat to my regional sovereignty. If you don't fucking stop it, like, we'll force you to stop it. And to the rest of the Western world, if you're gonna continue with this shit, like, we're gonna show you what we mean. That doesn't mean it's right, by the way. It's not. It is still morally abhorrent behavior. Still absolutely fucking disgusting what Russia did. Okay, completely unacceptable. And I would go so far as to say, entirely counterproductive to the ultimate goals that Putin espouses. Okay, I'm not talking about the propaganda points about like denazification or whatever, which of course, ironically will make this country, Ukraine, more nationalist as a consequence of being invaded. That's what countries do historically. They rely on nationalist forces will do the justifiable violence to save the rest of the country. Will do everything they can when they are being invaded. Okay? Yes, it's NATO's fault for invading another country. Dude, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Like, that's not... I'm in the process of describing to you that this is like Russia... This is Russia's fault. I'm in the process of describing to you that how this is Russia's fault, but you do not want to even fucking comprehend, like, any sort of exhaustion of any sort of concessions. Like, this guy has been spamming this. There's been 15 diplomatic contacts to Russia ongoing since December 2021, 6 of which were by the U.S. This has got to be a fucking bot, okay? I mean, literally, don't know wall. 6 of which were by the U.S., most of any country. You yourself didn't believe the U.S. intelligence and that war would occur. So isn't it easy to complain in hindsight for more diplomacy, Hasan? Okay. None of those conversations, none of those fucking conversations had a single piece to do with revitalizing or having a neutralization conversation. None of them came with concessions. This is what happens when you assume that Russia, a superpower with the world's largest nuclear arsenal, or China, okay, is the same as Iraq, is the same as Afghanistan. I already addressed this issue. America thinks everyone is fucking Iraq. America thinks everyone's Afghanistan. They behave like they're fucking not dealing with another regional power. You think Russia would invade a NATO nation? I don't think so. I don't think Russia would invade a NATO nation. But there are certain nations that Russia will invade because how much NATO has fucking expanded. It's a constant fucking. I mean, to be fair though, I don't even know. Honestly, I don't even know at this point because I didn't think that he would invade Ukraine either, especially to the degree that he did. Dude, Ukrainians, shut the fuck up about nationalism not being the same as fascism, okay? Please. Please, dude. Please. Like, you make yourself look fucking stupid when you say that, okay? The person who's claiming to be fucking Ukrainian over and over again in my chat, like, nationalism is not the same as fascism. Yeah, dude, tell me. Yeah, no, you're right. Totally, dude. Like, you're being invaded? Dude, you think that person is actually fucking, like, literally being invaded at the moment in Ukraine and typing in my chat to defend nationalism, to defend the distinction between nationalism and fascism? Shut the fuck up. Okay. I think you are just another biased American. Nationalism and fascism are not even close. Look at a dictionary. Dude, a lot of fucking people are gonna start saying shit like this.
Back into the 20s over the week.
Yeah, dude, when National Socialists were doing nationalism, it was the nationalism part that made it fascist, not the fake socialism part that made it fascist. I hope you understand that. Nationalism is how you get to fascism, okay? It's literally kind of the component that makes fascism what it actually is. And also, we're talking about the actual fucking nationalists. Like, I don't even want to get into this because it's a fucking idiotic semantics argument that we're having. It makes Ukrainians look worse when you fucking say this.
Backed by popular demand. If he decides
Nationalism isn't blind nationalism.
Anymore,
okay,
he might
dude.
have a future in our business, or in the press office. So Dilip is back. He's going to give some brief comments at the top, take a few questions, then we'll do some briefing after then. And I'll just say at the top for anyone who needs to leave for TV, feel free to go. It's all fine. I will turn it over to Dilip now.
Thank you, Jen.
There's Irish nationalism, okay, as an emancipatory force. And then there's fucking nationalists that are like likening themselves to historic far-right figures that literally collaborated with the Nazis.
From the start of this crisis, if Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound. To its financial system, to its economy, to its technology base, and to its strategic position in the world. As the world has now witnessed, Putin has made his choice. He rejected diplomacy and chose war. And today, the president has announced our response. Because of Putin's choices, his flagrant violation of international law, and his utter disregard for the principles that underpin peace and security across the world, we will now ensure his decision is remembered as a strategic failure. Today, we impose an unprecedented package of financial sanctions and export restrictions in lockstep with our allies and partners that will isolate Russia from the global financial system, shut down its access to cutting-edge technology, and undercut Putin's strategic ambitions to diversify and modernize his economy. Let me walk you through a few specifics, and I'll be happy to take questions. On financial sanctions, I stood at this podium on Tuesday and said we would impose the most severe sanctions ever levied on Russia if Putin proceeded with the invasion. Today, we're following through. We will impose sanctions on Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and VTB, which together hold more than half of the Russian banking system's assets, over $750 billion in total. For VTB, we will freeze all of its assets touching the U.S. financial system and prohibit U.S. persons from doing any business with the bank. For Sberbank, we will sever its access to the U.S. financial system. We'll also freeze the assets of and prohibit any business dealings with 3 additional Russian banks with combined assets of over $70 billion. We'll also restrict U.S. investors from providing debt or equity financing for 13 of the most critical Russian state-owned enterprises, which combined have estimated assets nearing $1.5 trillion. And finally, we'll also impose sanctions on the executives at these state-owned institutions, as well as additional Russian elites who are complicit in Putin's kleptocracy, and their family members. Those who've shared in the Kremlin's corrupt gains and stored their wealth in yachts and luxury condos and fancy cars will now share in the pain of these measures. In terms of the financial impact, as I said, these are the most impactful and significant sanctions the U.S. has ever taken. But financial sanctions are just one part of our response. We're also unveiling today an expansive and unprecedented set of export restrictions developed in historically close coordination with the European Union, Australia, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Taiwan. These new measures include sweeping restrictions on Russian military end users to impair Putin's military capabilities, and will also deny exports across Russia to sensitive cutting-edge technology, primarily targeting Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors. In total, the United States and our partners will effectively be cutting off more than half of all high-tech imports going into Russia. This includes curbing Russia's access to advanced semiconductors.
Taiwan is huge because semiconductors.
Technologies that Russia needs to diversify and modernize its economy. Working in tandem, these financial sanctions and the export controls will undercut Putin's aspirations to project power on the world stage. And those impacts intensified dramatically just today. The Russian stock market plunged over 30% at one point before being halted by local regulators. Russia's currency, the ruble, weakened to its weakest value on record against the dollar before the central bank intervened. And the price the market is charging the Russian government to borrow is now above 15%. These impacts over time will translate into higher inflation, higher interest rates, lower purchasing power, lower investment, lower productive capacity, lower growth, and lower living standards in Russia. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a very raw deal for the Russian people. But Putin's war of choice has required that we do what we said, and to ensure this will be a strategic failure. Finally, let me just say a few words about the impact of Russia's choices on the U.S. We've intentionally scoped our sanctions to deliver severe impact on the Russian economy while minimizing the cost to the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. To be clear, our sanctions are not designed to cause any disruption to the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. We've carved out energy payments on a time-bound basis to allow for an orderly transition of these flows away from sanctioned institutions, and we provided other licenses to provide for an orderly wind down of business. Let me just stop there and take your questions.
Literally 40% of the Russian economy and the revenue comes from energy.
Take some time before it affects the economy and inflation. What's the timetable? How long do you think it will take until you have demonstrable results?
Well, look, these are costs that build over time. And as I mentioned, I think last Friday, any leader, whether you're an autocrat or a small d Democrat, has to pay attention to the living standards of your country. And already we're seeing the effects of these measures and the signaling that we provided over the last 3 months. Before these sanctions were implemented, inflation in Russia was 8.7%. The government's borrowing costs had spiked above 10%. The ruble had lost almost 15% of its value. And today, those costs escalated dramatically. Now, it's going to be up to President Putin to decide, ultimately, how much cost he's willing to bear. But what we control is to make sure this will be a strategic failure, not just because of the sanctions, but also because of the export controls, because of Europe's accelerated diversification away from Russia in terms of its energy supply, due to our fortification of NATO's eastern flank, and due to the renewed energy and unity and determination by the West to stand up for our values and advance our principles.
But to confirm, you're in it for the long haul, right? I mean, you're until you see the results that you want.
We understand that these costs will accumulate.
Guys, okay. People are going to get really fucking mad for me saying this, so gear up for this, but I'm about to say it regardless. If Vladimir Putin is a madman that you cannot exhaust diplomatic relations with, which is the opinion held by many, and he is certainly doing everything in his fucking power to make it seem like that is the case, then you have to deal with him in any capacity that you can, okay? And that means not a fucking half-assed sanction shit. Not half-assed sanctions, but like full-blown, like, removal from SWIFT, actually fucking stopping them from actually stopping energy. Because then the alternative is war, right? Now, I personally believe sanctions are, again, collective punishment brought about the entire country. Like, collective punishment that is going to hurt the entirety of Russia, right? A lot of the targeted ones are whatever, but ultimately, sanctions are collective punishment for the Russian people that don't deserve it, that don't actually need to suffer. They should not suffer at all, but they are going to. But if they are supposed to be the only alternative that we're using in avoidance, in war avoidance, then it's kind of wild that they're not fucking, it's kind of wild that they're not going the full Monty.
The sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, can you tell us whether there are...
Of course, the irony of the energy shit is that, like, you would literally be destroying, like, implementing sanctions on Russia for implementing energy sanctions on Russia would mean, like Eastern Bloc countries who literally rely on Russia, regardless of their defensive posturing against Russia, nearly not even like not even to the same degree as Europe, but like straight up like 90%. You know what I mean? Over reliant on Russia, they would be destroyed.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that would be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third? Is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage? Is it a high percentage?
I would go back to the principles of our design. The measures themselves and the exemptions are balanced so that we can deliver overwhelming costs while not having unintended consequences. And so that's the principle. But as to the specifics, I'd refer you to Treasury.
Wouldn't the oil be a large percentage? I mean, considering how important it is to Russia's bottom line.
Well, look, where we have an asymmetric advantage is in foreign capital and cutting-edge technology. So that's where we're delivering the most concentrated impact. When it comes to energy, this is the one area.
Yeah, bro, they're gonna be devastated when they can't get their 3090s.
We know it's the second largest natural gas producer in the world. It's also the second largest crude oil producer in the world.
I mean, it's still important
That's
because
not
you
to
use
say
it in
that we have a
everything. But
dependence on Russia. Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
Thanks. Two quick questions, Philippe. One, if Putin takes Kyiv, does that trigger additional sanctions, specifically that scenario?
Not going to speculate on particular hypotheticals.
And you mentioned the timeline. You've been asked about the timeline. The president said in one of the answers to his questions today, he said, let's have a conversation in a month to see if these sanctions are working. But my question is, what happens in the meantime? Russia is taking over parts of Ukraine, major parts of Ukraine, as we speak. So the world just sits back and watches that happen until these sanctions take effect.
Look, we can't dictate Putin's actions. What we can do is what's within our control, and to make sure this is going to be a strategic failure for Russia. And so over the course of the next month, what you can expect is that we'll see an intensifying negative feedback loop in Russian markets.
bro, this is literally like they're gearing up for a month-long occupation. That's what that means when they say for the next month.
You'll see a weaker currency. You'll see higher inflation. You'll see lower purchasing power. You'll see lower investment. And that negative
Do you want
feedback
nuclear
loop,
war? No, of course not. That's why I'm talking about like
Putin's own actions.
people get super mad, but that's why I'm talking about like exhausting literally every outlet and making concessions to Russia, despite the fact that Russia is in the wrong here.
Atrophy Russia's capacity to diversify outside of just oil and gas and to modernize the strategic sectors that Putin himself has said he wants to develop: aerospace, defense, IT, lasers, sensors. These sectors all depend on foundational technologies designed and produced by the West. You will begin to see a chilling effect take hold in Russia as those inputs are denied.
Thank you. For weeks now, administration officials have repeatedly said, yourself included, that these sanctions are meant to deter and prevent Putin from moving forward, from acting. Can you help us understand why the president said today that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening? And then secondly, on a quick one on Putin sanctions, without talking about when you might trigger them, can you help us understand what harm they would do to him personally if you were to sanction Putin?
Look, on your first question, we don't usually engage in hypotheticals up here at this podium, but let's play this out. Had we unleashed our entire package of financial sanctions preemptively, I think a couple of things might have happened. Number one, President Putin might have said, look, these people are not serious about diplomacy. They're not engaging in a good faith effort to promote peace. Instead, they're escalating. And that could provide a justification for him to escalate and invade. Secondly, he could look at it as a sunk cost. In other words,
what do you explain? What do you mean when you want the world to cave into Russia? Do you mean we should give up our country to Russia? No hate, just curious?
Which is Ukraine's freedom.
No. What I mean by that is like, what I mean by that is trying to fucking build a favorable agreement that offers concessions to Russia in the form of like the recognition of, Donbass as like an autonomous zone or whatever the fuck they want in this situation, because it is, the rest of Ukraine is held hostage. Like Ukraine is currently being held hostage. There's not going to be military warfare. So they're currently being they're currently under siege. So there's only two ways of dealing with this conflict. You either have to de-escalate by making concessions, the big bad bully, and Russia is the bully in this situation. They are the violent, awful, conquering bullies here. Okay? Concessions like solidifying solidifying that like NATO is not getting fucking Ukraine is not joining NATO, which it wasn't going to happen anyway. Just say it in writing. Appeasement, literally appeasement, because the alternative to appeasement is war. The alternative to appeasement is going into battle, sending American troops. Okay, sending American troops and sending NATO troops into Ukraine and fighting Russia. And the problem there with war is that it won't be regular war, it will be nuclear war. And even if appeasement doesn't work, because people say fascists take appeasement as weakness and push further, even if it doesn't work, then you've already exhausted everything that you could. In which case, then you have a more reasonable, you have more reason to even push for additional sanctions if that's all you have in your tool belt. That's crazy. Russia is not interested in these concessions. Yeah, in like 2 hours, Ukrainian intel is stating that bombing of Kiev will start again. The number of casualties has risen to 137. Yanis Varoufakis talked about it.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue to look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we go to Greece to see what this means for the continent of.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Let's watch this though.
The road to diplomacy is always open. Diplomacy is never dead. But in the current circumstance, in the immediate aftermath of an invasion, that option is not available. Right now, we're imposing severe consequences on Russia for its decisions. If there were to be a shift in Russia's strategic choices, that upheld...
People keep saying, yeah, because appeasement worked so well in the past. You have no other option. Then go to war with Russia. Go to nuclear war. Let's all die in fucking nuclear war. Except America knows that, and that's why they're not even doing that. So, like, that's the stupid conversation that we're not having. The alternative to appeasement or diplomacy is harsher sanctions, which Russia considers at least swift to be a declaration of all-out war, okay? And they're not even doing that. They're not doing that. They're not doing anything. They're not even fucking willing to take an L on the energy side because it would destroy, it would destroy the European economy. It would be incredibly fucking difficult. It would be incredibly fucking difficult and possibly deadly for European countries if they were to completely shut off Russia's fucking oil and gas and commodities. But if you're fucking pumping sanctions out while simultaneously buying $700 million worth of oil, gas, and commodities in an effort to fucking gear up for an extended period of time to manage your energy crisis that might happen so that you don't get fucked over in the midterms or whatever, then you're not doing anything. Your heart's not in it at all. You might as well just basically say, hey, man, we don't really care that fucking Russia is invading Ukraine. We just don't give a shit. Clipped? What do you mean clipped? I didn't say anything wrong. I'm saying this is what America and the EU are doing. What is it? Ukrainian President Zelensky, the enemy sabotage forces have entered the capital. Me and my family are remaining. Let's see what Pisaki
I just wanted
bomb.
to note a couple of things at the top for all of you. One, USAID put out an announcement that they've deployed a DART or Disaster Assistance Response Team to respond to humanitarian needs in Ukraine. This DART team, which is currently based in Poland, is working closely with European allies and partners who will be on the front lines of the response. The team will lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response to help address critical needs caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The DART comprises 17 disaster experts from USAID who are assessing the situation, identifying priority needs to scale up assistance inside Ukraine, and working with partners to provide rapidly needed assistance to communities affected by the conflict. I know a number of you have also asked me, and we've tried to provide as much detail as possible about how the president has spent his time over the last period since last evening. I think we put out a few details, but just to reiterate for all of you, he closely monitored the events on the ground from both the Oval Office and then back in the residence over the course of last evening. We put out a few details last night, including the fact that he spoke repeatedly with his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. He also spoke with his U.S. UN ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, before she gave that powerful speech at the UN last night. He received a briefing from Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, Secretary Blinken, and his national security advisor around 11 p.m. approximately last evening as well. And as you know, he also spoke with President Zelensky. He continued to monitor closely into the wee hours last night. This morning, as you all know, he met for just about an hour with his national security team, which included both a full table in the room and full members from the cabinet, from the national security team on the screen. During that meeting, as is standard, he received an update from, of course, Defense, Intel, his diplomatic team about the status on the ground, and he has, of course, remained closely engaged with them through the course of the day. As you know, he also had a G7 meeting that lasted a couple of hours this morning, and he also spent an hour this afternoon on the phone with the leaders in Congress, Democratic and Republican leaders in Congress, briefing them on the situation on a secure call, briefing them on the situation on the ground, answering questions they had as well. So that has been his day to date, and he is continuing, of course, to focus on other priorities as president. But why don't we go to you, Zeke?
Thanks, Jen. Just picking up on that, has the president made any additional foreign leader calls today? Has he spoken to President Zelensky since their call last evening?
There's not been another call to President Zelensky. I expect, as you have seen over the past several days, he will continue to have calls with leaders. We will keep you abreast as those happen.
And with the U.S. government saying that it believes that the Russian objective right now is to decapitate the Ukrainian government, does the U.S. believe that President Zelensky at this moment is safe?
We're not going to get into security questions, but we are in touch with President Zelensky, and we are working to provide him a range of support.
And President Zelensky, in addition to calling for the West to cut Russia off from SWIFT, also proposed.
Wait, is fucking CoffeeZilla in Ukraine? Oh, he's trying to get someone out of Ukraine. If anyone's in Lviv planning to leave in the next 24 hours, DM me. Trying to get someone out, and the options are horrible. Bad news, Ukraine is not letting men under 60 leave the country. They've been drafted as reservists in a law passed less than 24 hours ago. If anyone knows a way around this. A way around this? Stop it. And don't encourage anyone to do anything that could get him in trouble. Are you fucking stupid, bro? If you have like a fucking loved one and you don't want him to get fucking ass clapped by some Russian fucking helicopter lighting up their entire fucking building, you absolutely should help them get around it. Are you fucking crazy? Yo, people are wild on Twitter, dude. They really are. They're just like, motherfuckers in the comfort of his home in Ohio, and he's just like, dude, basically, like, you know, you should, basically, you should not violate the law that was created 24 hours ago.
Aside from past ones that you were fully tracking.
Yeah, I guess I mean in the last 24 hours.
I understand.
Can you explain more of the White House's thinking on kind of this debate in Washington about whether a cyber attack against a NATO ally would trigger an Article 5 response, a response from the alliance?
Well, that again is up to the NATO alliance to determine, but obviously a cyber attack does constitute an attack, so that would certainly be a point of discussion among the NATO members.
Okay, one more really fast. On the USAID disaster response you just mentioned, a 17-person team. Is that enough? I mean, we're talking about, we've heard you guys talk about the potential of hundreds of thousands of refugees.
You're absolutely right, and I think that's an important point. But what we're trying to do here is provide any incremental update on the status of what our work is. And I'll just note, and you may be fully aware of this, but in terms of humanitarian assistance, we have been the biggest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We've provided over $52 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year. Over the past few weeks, we've committed additional funding and supply supplies to humanitarian organizations. There's been a specific need and therefore a focus on support services, food, clean water, hygiene, shelter, trauma, primary health care, and we are prepared to certainly provide a significant amount more. So this is just one step, obviously less than 24 hours after the events of last night, and we will continue to plus up from here. Go ahead.
Jen, there are a number of protests within Russia itself. Are you monitoring this? What's your message to them?
Well, there certainly are, and I know with everything going on, this may not have caught everybody's attention, but let me just note that, today we're seeing Russian people in the streets, open letters from leading Russian journalists and cultural figures denouncing President Putin's war of choice, and reports of Russian mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to this fratricidal war. I think it's important to remember back in 2014 when they didn't even acknowledge that they were sending Russian soldiers. They didn't even acknowledge when there were body bags coming back from Ukraine into Russia. And there is an outcry in the streets by Russian people, by more Russian people than I think many would expect. So despite Putin's crackdown at home, dissenting views remain. And I think that's important to note. To publicly protest against President Putin and his war is a deeply courageous act. Their actions show the world that despite the Kremlin's propaganda, there are Russian people who profoundly disagree with what he is doing in Ukraine.
One more. Speaker Pelosi's talking about sending $600 million in lethal aid to Ukraine. Is this something you support?
We are in conversations with Congress, and I mentioned the president spoke with leaders just earlier this afternoon. I don't have an exact number, but those are ongoing conversations about what needs the Ukrainians have on the ground in a variety of categories: security, humanitarian, other economic assistance. Go ahead.
Does the U.S. have any analysis to indicate that there is dissent or division within Putin's government, or is it your understanding that Putin's government is united in this war?
It's an interesting question, and Jamie, without getting into intelligence.
Dude, as much as I got like Russia's actions completely fucking wrong, if there's one thing I got completely fucking right, it was America's actions, which was, oh yeah, war is inevitable. Here, have some fucking lethal aid, and then fuck right the fuck off. Like, that was the one area at least I was completely correct on, which is exactly what's going on. It's fucking Afghanistan, dude. Straight the fuck up Afghanistan. It's like, hey, have some guns, dude. We'll just fucking drop ship some AR-15s for you so you can defend yourself against like a well-trained, well-oiled machine of a fucking military in a insurgency war that God knows how long will happen. Maybe it'll go on for a month. I don't know. The sanctions will really start hitting soon, though. Also, we're going to keep fucking buying energy from Russia because there's no one else. There's nothing that we could do. Are they really that good of a military? I mean, it doesn't matter. They have power in numbers, dude. It's a fucking massive country. Who cares who the fuck is right or not, bro? Relax. Focus on what is now. I know I am focusing on what is now. Oh. Like, I know posturing and you know, taking this like aggressive stance in the circumstances, what seems to be right? What seems to be the liberating thought, because Russia is 100% in the wrong here. Like 1000%. But if it were up to me, I would fucking grovel in order to avoid any fucking additional conflict. That's my stance on it. Because war is not like active. You can say pussy all you want, dude. If it avoids fucking people dying on the fucking streets, if it avoids people like actually using automatic weapons when they were trained with wooden AKs, and not even in fucking, like, the people in Kiev weren't even trained. They're just, they have nothing. They have no training. Now they're forcibly being conscripted. What the fuck are they going to do? Do you know what happens historically? A lot of you talk about appeasement. Do you know what happens to fucking forcible conscripts? Like, do you know what happens to conscripts matched up against the fucking state military? They die, dude. They're enemy combatants and they fucking die. You can be an internet tough guy all you want. They get fucking slaughtered.
industries about what they need to do, about the potential threats, and that's something that happens obviously privately and through a range of agencies. I can see if there's anything more specific that we can read out to all of you.
Just real quick, one follow-up. President Biden said that the U.S. is prepared if an attack comes there. He said prepared to respond. Would that response be a
cyber attack?
A cyber attack, yes. Would that be an equivalent cyber attack against Russia?
Well, I would say that the president reserves the option to respond in any manner of his choosing, overt or covert, seen or unseen, as we like to say in more available English. But I'm not going to get into specifics of what that looks like. He has a range of options. Go ahead.
Thanks. On oil prices and the SPR, does the administration have an oil price in mind that would trigger another release from the SPR?
I think not that we're going to get into detail or from here, JJ. I understand certainly the question.
The people that keep saying, thank God you weren't around during the Nazis, just remind them that the Nazis did not have a nuclear weapon. Or rather, the largest nuclear arsenal on the planet. So, you know. I mean, fuck it. Like, let's just end it all. Who cares, right? You know, things aren't going too great anyway. Fuck it. YOLO, right? Let's just escalate to actual hot war and not cold war. And see what happens. Maybe Putin, who was insane enough to fucking literally bomb Kiev and Western Ukraine, will also just before he fucking dies anyway. He's old. He'll just fucking launch a couple nukes. Fuck it. You know, let's test it out, dude.
Obviously, natural gas shortages and supply is an enormous regional issue, one that would hugely impact Europe more than here, of course. One of the steps we've been focused on and been
Isn't that what you were saying, for the USA to attack rather than do nothing? No, dude.
Who may have excess LNG supply, like countries in Europe, Japan, for example, where we're planning to give them some, and now they're going to divert it to Europe. So we've been working to help mitigate any impact of a further invasion and a shortage in Europe. Go ahead.
Some of the activity that we've seen today in Ukraine, some of the clashes have been in and around Chernobyl. Does the United States have an assessment of the risk of a radioactive release?
So I do have one actual update on that as well. There's also been, there was also a report out, so let me speak to this first just so I don't forget, about hostages around there as well. So let me speak to that first. We are outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facilities hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage-taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and greatly concerning. We condemn it and we request their release. In terms of a further assessment, I don't have anything more on that from here.
You gave a readout of how the president spent the past 24 hours or so. First, I wanted to ask about his call with President Zelensky. Did he indicate if he was still in Kyiv? Did he identify his location at this point?
We are aware of where he is located, and we are in touch with him. I would say on that call, what they discussed is President Zelensky's request for the president to condemn the actions of President Putin and the Russians and to engage with other global leaders about it, and that's exactly what he's done.
We've seen a number of statements today from former presidents, President Obama, President Bush, and also saw former President Trump on television talking about this. Has the president, you mentioned during the Afghanistan drawdown, he had been in contact with his predecessors.
Zelensky's address.
Has he been in touch with any of his predecessors during this?
He has not been today.
He is not. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Let me hear this. He is not talking.
Meetings today, given the situation, his time and focus and attention on the Supreme Court, on Ukraine, will this affect the timing of his Supreme Court announcement?
We are still on track to make an announcement before the end of the month. We have to do a lot of things around here at the same time.
Business as usual for America, boys.
Follow up on the cyber attacks and Article 5 question. I know you said that it's up to NATO to decide, but from a U.S. perspective, would any cyber attack against a NATO ally trigger Article 5, or would there be a measure for what counts?
Again, this is a conversation we would have with our NATO allies.
What? Of course not. Cyber attacks have been happening to America at the behest of like Russian-backed people nonstop, and that hasn't been a fucking world war. What is she saying?
Left. for the end of the month?
Not a.
This is the same press corps that literally like whipped up Russiagate to a degree that it wasn't even at, and now they're like, "What about cyber attacks on NATO allies?" What do you mean? They've been doing cyber attacks non-fucking stop. Like not them directly, but you know, people that are aligned with the Russian government.
President Putin and the oligarchs around him. One of the steps we tried to take is to, you know, as we were contemplating the individuals we were going to sanction, we sanctioned family members as well, because what we've seen the tactics they've used in the past is they've moved money around and resources around to family members, and we tried to address that on the front end. In terms of the banking and the financial sector, I mean, it accounts for such a large percentage of how they do business that it would be a difficult thing for them to plan and plot against. And if you look to just even the anticipation of the potential sanctions, as Dilip was mentioning, you know, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world right now. Their inflation.
So sick, dude. Yeah, great. Oh man, it's performing
Even seeing
terribly.
in their markets the anticipated impact even before today, and that's even before the actual squeeze on the financial sector in the country. So it feels to me it would be a little hard to plan around and plot around, given the significance of what was done today and the fact that when we sanctioning 10 of Russia's financial institutions and these export control measures, which essentially cuts President Putin off from semiconductors and access to a range of technology he wants for the future. Those are difficult things to plan ahead for.
And then I guess secondly,
But the people who keep saying you do know Russia won't stop after this, okay, then what's your point? Like what do you mean? Are we gearing up? Are we going to war? Are we gonna fucking let the nukes fly? Are we going to do something that didn't happen during the Cold War? Is that what we're going to have? Is that what we're going to do? Like, this didn't happen during the Cold War, but it's going to happen right now. Is that what you're saying? Like, the people who keep saying, like, Russia will further go into other territories, that's why there can't be any appeasement. Do you not understand what the opposite of that is? This is not fucking Nazi Germany, okay? They have nukes. They have the most nukes. This is not me like defending Russia or anything like that. This is just me trying to help you understand the severity of the situation. And the severity of the situation and the reason why America keeps saying, of course we're not going to send troops. Of course we're not going to send troops. Why do you think Joe Biden keeps saying, of course we're not going to send U.S. military? Does that not strike you as odd? Do you think he's being a pussy? Do you think he's like too much of a coward? Do you think he's like secretly in the pocket of the Kremlin too? No, the reason why he keeps saying that and has been saying that for fucking months is because troops will actually imply full-blown hot war between two fucking states, both with a nuclear arsenal. Okay? For the people who are saying, fuck it, let him take Europe, let him take the entirety of fucking Europe, whatever, all the shit that you're saying in the chat. Obviously not. There has to be a fucking endpoint to this, and the endpoint has to revolve around diplomacy no matter what, because the other alternative endpoint is nuclear holocaust. And if you guys don't have a problem with that, then okay, like, you know, YOLO, like I said.
Focus has been on providing up-to-date, what has turned out to be quite accurate and transparent information about what the President Putin was preparing to do, which was invade Ukraine. And we have been very clear with American citizens who are there. We have been clear with our European partners 4 months now, including Ukrainian leadership.
People think a tactical nuke is like when you get 25 kills on Call of Duty. Like, they don't realize the devastation. You know what I mean? They think like, oh yeah, you know, what do you mean? Sometimes I get a kill streak going and then I get a fucking nuke and I wipe out the entire map. Like, that's not how that works. You know what I mean? Just, there's nothing you can do. There's no like bomb shelter you can go to.
Do you expect this slate of sanctions to prevent any further advancement or aggression from Russia?
Well, I would say that later in the back and forth or the press avail, he also said when asked, if sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can? And he said, I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him, which leads me to believe that's not exactly what he meant. He also went on to say the threat of sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of sanctions are two different things. And the way we look at this, broadly speaking, and Dilip touched on this a little bit, is that we do see them as having a deterrent impact, right? It doesn't mean they're 100% foolproof. But if there's a 95...
Like, nukes are so fucking powerful that America using them basically solidified their permanent, like, basically gave them a major fucking leap above all other superpowers in the aftermath of World War II. Like, part of the reason why America is the imperial superpower on the planet is literally because they were like, oh yeah, we have nukes. Look at what we did to Japan. We didn't even have to drop that shit, but we did it anyway. Shut the fuck up. Okay? That leg up was so severe, it gave America hegemonic global superpower status immediately. Part of the reason why those 2 nukes were dropped is to do that, to solidify that position. Okay? As far as like Russia encroaching on further territory that would imply nuclear war, any country that you move beyond the buffer state of Ukraine is a NATO country that would imply like genuine fucking all out nuclear war. Why do you assume we or any other country would use a nuke, though? I mean, dude, well, I don't know. You calm the viewers down by telling them no nukes? What?
Off topic, just there's been a lot of questions about refugees in the region.
Yeah.
For Ukrainians that are in the country,
Yeah.
is the U.S., especially after yesterday, considering TPS or any sort of protection?
Sure. As you know, that's a decision that would be made through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't have any prediction of that. I mean, I don't have any kind of prediction of that at this point in time. Obviously, these events are just unfolding as we speak.
That process hasn't started, that conversation?
I'm not going to give you any specifics on an internal process, but I would just say, again, it's an interagency process, and right now we're, of course, in the middle of an invasion and a war in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Earlier you had said you have to do a lot of things at the same time. One of those things, of course, is the State of the Union next week.
Yes.
Can you tell us how the president this week has been preparing for that, how much time he spent on this speech, and how he's juggling that?
Felix did say that the funniest outcome would be a nuclear war over fucking Ukraine while both superpowers are at their weakest historically. He also said Biden winning would be the funniest outcome in like 2019. Yeah, if shit pops off, it's Felix's fault. Remember that. Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House. I'm just kidding. Please don't take that seriously. That's a joke.
Working with members of his policy team to finalize details of his State of the Union, starting to do some read-throughs, not too many yet. I expect those will increase in the days ahead. I expect we won't have too much of a preview for you, maybe tomorrow, but maybe more likely this weekend. He's also been engaging with his COVID team, talking about where we are in the state of the pandemic, what's next in the pandemic. He's been working closely with his economic team on and receiving updates on the supply chain, the implementation of the infrastructure bill. So even as we have all been understandably focused on the conflict in Ukraine, the president has been very hard at work on a range of issues that are vital to the American people.
You touched on my follow-up. ABC is reporting that the White House is revamping the COVID strategy now that hospitalizations are on the decline. Should we expect the president to roll that out in the speech next Tuesday?
I don't have any preview for you on timeline or format, but the president has been working and engaged with his COVID team for some time now. and we're making strong progress on moving toward a time when COVID is no longer a crisis.
60 Russian battalion tactical groups between 30,000 and 60,000. Wait, what the fuck is this? Is this real?
Outside government, local public health officials,
Sky
and
News
governors,
reporting
and this
citing
work is
Ukrainian
broader
armed forces
than
statement.
one piece of guidance. How we look at it is we're preparing to stay ahead of the virus, protecting our most vulnerable, keeping our country open, and that is going to look at everything from the CDC is obviously reviewing mask guidance, but also how we're going to ensure that vaccines, boosters, tests, treatments, and other important components of our medicine cabinet are available to the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I had a couple of questions.
Sure. And then I'll go to you next. Go ahead.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. First, a follow-up about some of the humanitarian needs you've been talking about.
Sure.
You've talked about how much money and supplies are going to be going, but how are you going to ensure that those supplies get to the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is there going to be some sort of airdrop?
Genuine trying to understand. Can you explain why you think conventional warfare wouldn't be used between NATO and Russia first without escalating to nuclear war because of mutually assured destruction? Mutually assured destruction means no hot war between countries with nukes. No nuclear superpower countries are getting into official full-blown, hot war. That's what mutually assured destruction means, because states fighting one another. That's not what it means. Okay, well, it means that they can, I guess, get into war, but it doesn't matter but one will use it and the other won't. Except when one side is doing insane shit, you don't know that. You don't know that if they will or if they won't. And also, NATO has mutually assured. NATO has nuclear capabilities. NATO nations have nuclear capabilities. You have the people who are like, dude, Vladimir Putin is fucking crazy, bananas, insane. You can't have a conversation with him. He's going bananas and he's doing crazy shit. Are now telling me he's actually so rational that he won't actually fucking deploy a nuke in a moment during a situation where he's just like losing to the entirety of fucking NATO. I like that. I like that now Vladimir Putin is actually behaving in a rational way. Like, why do you think America says we're not going to send troops to Ukraine? Why do you think that? Why do you think that that's the reason? Why? What do you guys think? Like, what do you think is happening? Why do you think America is not sending troops to Ukraine? Or America was never interested and Germany was never interested in like actually allowing Ukraine to join NATO? Think this through. Not because it isn't profitable for us. No, that's not the reason. It's because allowing Ukraine to join NATO when it is sharing a gigantic fucking border with Russia would imply that Russia could easily fucking move in to Ukrainian territory and trigger nuclear holocaust. Because if they have to defend Ukraine, then they have to fucking then all of a sudden Russia is in a war with every single NATO country. That's why most of the wars that you have with Russia are proxy wars like Syria.
We certainly understand, and he said this today, right? May have been in response to your question. I don't remember, but
that's why all of the fucking conflict that you see between nuclear superpowers often engage on third world territory in developing nations, with one side either actively sending troops to combat the other side's like troops that are getting material support and tactical support from the other side's government, or vice versa.
per day. Would the president ever consider ordering U.S. companies to stop importing Russian oil?
I don't have any prediction of that at this point, Peter. We announced some significant sanctions today. Our objective is to ensure there is the greatest economic pain on Russia, and not on the Russian people, but on President Putin, and to minimize the impact on the American people, including companies here in the United States. All right, thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
He said that he thinks that Putin's going to go and try to expand back the Soviet Union. So is this? Do you all think this is Act 1 in a multiple country invasion?
Well, I'm not going to make a prediction of that, but we certainly think he has grander ambitions in Ukraine.
To clarify that same point, does he believe that President Putin is going to absorb Ukraine into Russia? When he says that President Putin wants to reestablish the Soviet Union, is that what he's saying?
I think he believes that, as we all do, that President Putin has grander ambitions in Ukraine. Hence, the military campaign is continuing. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
All of us from now on.
We'll do this more tomorrow.
Reportedly, a waste facility in Chernobyl. I haven't seen official reports of this, but I do know that they took over Chernobyl, the waste facility. Reportedly, a waste facility at Chernobyl has been hit and radiation levels are increasing. There were multiple nuclear close calls during Cold War, and there wasn't any active military action. Chatters need to understand that a hot war will not end well. Yeah. I was a leftist before this war. Seems like all leftists want us to bend to Russia. Sadly, the truth is without American help, we'd be lost by now. Yeah, dude, fuck it. YOLO. You're right. This has everything to do with left and right. Because you fucking saw, you misunderstood or saw some dumbass people on the internet. You have incredible moral fiber, dude. Love that. If a fucking bread tuber or a YouTuber is like is changing your entire worldview and your opinion, then you know, I mean, it was not happening for you anyway. Okay, let's see what this is about.
We're joined now by Yanis Varoufakis, member of the Greek Parliament, former finance minister of Greece, latest book titled Another Now. He's also founder of Progressive International.
I love
Bernie
Yanis.
Sanders.
I love Yanis
welcome back
Varoufakis.
to Democracy Now! Your response as you saw what unfolded over the last hours with this broad Russian invasion of Ukraine.
What can I say? Almost 7 decades of game theory and study into mutually assured destruction from tacticians at the top of their constituent nations versus chatter staring at a monitor with a keyboard saying, nah, Putin won't nuke. Yeah. I mean, owned. Like, absolutely owned. Just like I was owned when I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break, which I will be doing now, because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. You can do that by getting gifted a sub. We're going to now hear from... You love Yanis, unironically? Yeah, I think Yanis is great. Yanis Varoufakis is awesome. Okay, if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub as well. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
I say it's a dark, bleak day for the world, for Europe in particular. War is back on the continent that was promised by our European Union, that war would never be back on our soil. Vladimir Putin is to blame entirely for taking this step, but at the same time, NATO must be condemned for creating the circumstances leading to Putin's escapade in the Ukraine. We have to stop this war right now, and we have to work very hard to stop any NATO escalation. We have to create international solidarity in order to ensure that the people of Ukraine live in peace, not under the boot of any army, and for NATO to keep
Thank you,
out
Patagonia Vest
of,
Andy, for the
Europe,
5.
and especially
Give the
Eastern
subs.
Europe. as let's not forget, George Bush, senior George Bush, had promised Mikhail Gorbachev.
What should be the European Union response? The EU has promised unprecedented sanctions, holding an emergency summit in Brussels. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said sanctions will target strategic sectors of the Russian economy by blocking the access to technologies and markets that are key for Russia. And if approved, will, quote, weaken Russia's economic base, its capacity to modernize. She said, in addition, will freeze Russian assets in the European Union and stop the access of Russian banks to European financial markets. Your response?
Believe me, Amy, that Putin is not trembling in his boots listening to all this. Allow me to preface my answer by saying that the European Union is the greatest loser from what's happening, apart, of course, from the people in the Ukraine who are suffering the slings and arrows of war. The European Union is discredited. It has failed completely in its mission, which is to keep our eastern flank free of war. And now what we have is essentially adopting the NATO language, as if the European Union is simply an appendage of NATO. And also huge amounts of hypocrisy. You mentioned all those threats of great sanctions. It's like, a pea shooter trying to stop a tank because there is one sanction that could work, one sanction that Putin fears, and that is ending the purchases of natural gas from Gazprom. As we speak, Nord Stream 1 is a gas pipeline, is feeding the German industrial machine.
Damn, Yanis and I have similar. I had not seen this, but the interesting takes from Yanis Varoufakis.
National gas. They're not going to say anything about that because this is a sanction they're not prepared to make. And therefore, we have this combination of diplomatic atrophy and hypocrisy.
What about the possibility of this escalating into a nuclear war? You have the very ominous threat of President Putin, who oversees the world's largest nuclear arsenal, saying in his speech, no one should have any doubts that a direct attack on our country will lead to the destruction and horrible consequences for any potential aggressor. You have the major nuclear power plants in Ukraine. We already know what happened with Chernobyl. That was when it was part of the Soviet Union. But the possibility of one of these plants being hit or workers not going to work out of fear or a cyber attack on them, what it could mean, possibly another Chernobyl. How do we deal with this around the world?
Well, when...
Is something like Russia dropping nukes on all of NATO at the same time possible? Dude. One nuke flies off and it's over. I don't know how many nukes it would take to destroy the entire planet. But the moment that like one nuclear warhead is deployed, there are other active, like there are submarines that are circling around the fucking planet. Okay? Like nuclear warhead, submarines with nuclear warheads in them. Circling the fucking planet, okay, as a deterrent measure and as a protective measure, I guess. Waiting for the opportunity. The moment that a fucking nuke is launched, is done. We have way more than Russia alone has like 1,000 fucking nukes, 1,000 times the nukes that you would need to destroy the planet. Maybe not 1,000, but like 500 times the nukes that you would need to destroy the entire planet. There are enough nuclear weapons to end life in the world 13 times over. Like the moment one nuke is launched, fucking, you might as well launch all the nukes, okay? Japan's prime minister says they will stop delivering PlayStation 5s to Russia. Okay, dude, come on. If all this nuke talk is making you anxious, then welcome to the fucking Cold War. Because this ideologically is like exactly where Americans and Russians were in leading up to the complete destruction of the USSR. And it was not a good time for foreign policy. It was we did a lot of brutal, awful shit during that time. Oh. And not only that, but like even one nuke, like we don't even know the entire impact. I don't even know what a nuclear warhead would do to the atmosphere. You know what I mean? According to Russia invaded Ukraine, what now? Wait, what the fuck? Why am I on this thumbnail, bro? What am I? Am I invading Ukraine? What the fuck? Or maybe he means I'm defending Ukraine. We sent HasanAbi out there to defend Ukraine. Defend Ukrainian territory.
The beast of war is unleashed from its lair. Then all sorts of catastrophes are possible. I don't believe that Putin or the United States are planning to go that far. But you never know, because this is the great uncertainty that is liberated the moment the hawks begin to fly menacingly, over the heads of European peoples and peoples all over the world. The number one priority now is for
I'd fight him.
Serious diplomatic initiative that sorts this mess out by giving Putin something that he can present the Russian people with as a victory. And that's something that would not have any costs for anybody around the world, would be...
He pretty much says you were wrong and had bad taste and then apologized. My takes were good. My predictions were wrong. My takes are still good. And I wasn't alone on bad fucking takes. If you were to, pull your head out of the mainstream media circle in the United States of America and like actually looked at what people were saying in Ukrainian media, Ukrainian leadership, and analysts that are in Russia, even if they're Western. Anyway, let's continue.
For a declaration by NATO, by the United States, that Ukraine will not become a member of
Me and Zelensky had the same fucking
exchange-
predictions, for the record. Like I was, relaying information from the Ukrainian fucking president. Not like I was, pulling this data out of my fucking ass. The issue with your takes wasn't that they were wrong, that they were lazy. No, they weren't lazy, dude. They weren't lazy, okay? They were not fucking lazy. I backed it up by showing you actual fucking sources.
For troop withdrawal from the side of Vladimir.
It's okay to be wrong, but, remember that there is a particular reason why. I don't know why I'm fucking doing this again. It doesn't matter. Just so fucking stupid. For the past 2 months, I've been fucking talking about just clickbait is fine. You said Putin wouldn't be dumb enough to do anything with Ukraine. I mean, I was wrong. Yes, he was dumb enough. Not even dumb enough, mad. I said Putin is bad, not mad. Those were the words I used. And guess what? He was fucking mad. He literally was mad. Mad out of his fucking goddamn mind, okay? Off his rocker. Anyway, let's continue.
Putin, that he takes back that he stops, ceases all hostilities and removes all troops from Ukrainian soil. I believe that that would be potentially the foundation for a peace deal that would be in the interest of humanity, not just of the
Hold on. I'm going to pull this back.
Planning to go that far, but you never know, because this is the great uncertainty that is liberated the moment the hawks begin to fly menacingly, over the heads of European peoples and peoples all over the world. The number one priority now is for a serious diplomatic initiative that sorts this mess out by giving Putin something that he can present the Russian people with as a victory. And that's something that would not have any costs for anybody around the world, would be for a declaration by NATO, by the United States, that Ukraine will not become a member of NATO, in exchange for troop withdrawal from the side of Vladimir Putin, that he takes back that he stops, ceases all hostilities and removes all troops from Ukrainian soil. I believe that that would be potentially the foundation for a peace.
How does to understand how prediction or theory works? You had good material analysis. The only thing you didn't predict was Putin's insane behavior. People who say your take is bad when you had good, solid foundation are so annoying. I know. Listen, I agree. So Yanis's theory, or Yanis's opinion here is nearly identical to mine, but there is no, like, he needs a W. Like, there has to be a fucking dub here, okay? It's going to be relentless if there is no W for using terminology that you understand. But if Putin doesn't see a fucking W out of this, it's not going to happen. And if you don't actually stress Putin harder by, I don't know, going around him and possibly fucking trying to gear up other OPEC nations, which that's a whole complicated sequence of events that might not even happen, most likely would not happen, to gear up oil production, to normalize energy prices. There is no way out of this. Either you have to literally escalate sanctions to a degree where it actually does fucking hurt the Russian economy severely, like in a way that he can't fucking manage. He can't continue to fund his military operations and all that. But the other thing I wanted to also mention is like even the madness of Vladimir Putin is calculated. Like, we watched the Adam Curtis video last night. You were 100% right that OPEC would not increase production. By the way, this isn't even new information. I mean, I love Ken, but I talked about this before. This happened out in the open, like almost a month ago, or whenever this meeting took place. Like, and America tried to increase oil production, or urged OPEC countries to increase oil production, but not to a degree that like sidelines Russia. POTUS is appealing to American gas companies. My administration is using every tool at our disposal to protect Americans and business from rising prices at the pump. We are taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike prices just to raise profits. Yeah. Hey, man. Sounds a lot like fucking communism to me, brother. Let me just say something here. Good luck with that. Okay. What is this? Snake Island? Audio from Snake Island. Russians, this is a Russian warship. I propose you lay down your arms and surrender, avoid bloodshed and unnecessary victims. Otherwise, you'll be bombed. Ukrainians, Russian warship, go fuck yourself. They were all killed. Holy shit. President Zelensky confirmed the events and said the border guards died bravely defending the island and would be posthumously awarded the Hero of Ukraine medal. Terrible, man. When Hasan started to work for Fox News, lol. Guys, you're talking about people that have historically literally worked with the Axis. Okay? The Koch brothers, for example. Not many know this, but the reason why the Koch brothers are so fucking wealthy is because the main guy, the father of the Koch brothers, the old Koch, originally created this this piece of technology that would make drilling easier. Okay, I forget what it is, but they also famously at the time worked with both sides during World War II. Also, saying that I am, a Fox News commentator or whatever is really fucking stupid, considering that, I'm expressly anti-Putin, whereas they seemingly are pro-Putin. I don't know what's going on there. It's kind of weird. Doesn't seem very America first to me, but what do I know?
This deal that would be in the interest of humanity, not just of the Ukrainians. Both sides need to take a step back.
Oh, you're saying that because I have the Fox News logo colors? Is that why? Like right up here where it says Putin is very bad, Fox News breaking? Yeah, that's deliberate. Sorry, I didn't realize that. Yeah, my bad. Okay, yeah, Haas News breaking. The only reason people think you're pro-Putin is because you kind of come off like you're both sizing the issue. Yeah, I know. I don't know how else to fucking describe it. If you want, like... Listen, I've said this from day one. If you want coverage that's just like, Vladimir Putin is really bad across the board, which he is, okay, and no one else, and like nothing else, and he has no intentions, let's not even try to understand what the reasoning is behind why he's engaging in these sorts of actions. It's because he's like fucking crazy and bad and wrong, which he is, again. But like no need to offer additional context. And go watch CNN. Go watch any other fucking. You can get that information on every outlet. Not only that, but people will literally fucking say that anyone that goes beyond that. And anyone that even mentions anything outside of that is actually technically pro-Putin and, deserting America or whatever, or anti-America and anti-Ukraine. So, yeah, I don't know. You can get that everywhere else.
Major step back must be Putin's, but the United States, and I'm mentioning the United States because the European Union is non-existent, it has rendered itself non-existent. The United States has to make a deal that involves a kind of neutrality for the Ukraine. The United States is never going to send troops to the Ukraine, will never prevent Putin from trampling upon the rights and lives of the Ukrainians. At least declare that and make this part of the bargaining process by which the people of the Ukraine will be liberated from Russian troops.
Like, that is the part that is, like, incredibly fucking dangerous. Like, America claiming that they were gonna, act if, America quite literally fucking poking the bear. At the behest of Ukrainians who have a very legitimate fear of Russia, was not good. It was not the right thing to do. And to the people who are saying like, well, what else were they supposed to do? What can they fucking do? Well, then what are you going to do? Is it going to be war? Because if you can't go to fucking war, if you can't actually engage in war because, nuclear deterrent, okay? You can't actually engage in war because you're terrified of Russia's nuclear power, then what are you supposed to do? It's the worst consequence. It's the worst way to deal with this problem.
Let me ask you about the role of the UN. I want to play the speech of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres speaking last night at the United Nations Security Council in New York.
This is the saddest moment in my tenure as Secretary General of the United Nations. I started this meeting of the Security Council addressing.
Might as well hand over Europe, HasanAbi, if that's your conclusion. Well, there is an endpoint to the madness, and that is the endpoint where he meets a force that has also nukes. I hope. I don't know.
President Putin and telling him from the bottom of my heart, stop your troops from an offensive to the Ukraine, give peace a chance because too many people have already died. During the meeting, President Putin announced a special military operation in the Donbass and required the Ukrainian troops to lay down their arms. So in the present
as of 2022, Russia had about 4,447 warheads, 1,500 of which are deployed on ballistic missiles and heavy bomber bases, with another roughly 977 strategic warheads. What the fuck? According to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists 2 hours ago.
circumstances, I must change my appeal. And I must say, President Putin, in the name of humanity, bring your troops back to Russia. In the name of humanity, do not allow to start in Europe what could be the worst war since the beginning of the century. What is clear for me is that this war doesn't make any sense. It violates the principles of the Charter, and it causes, or will cause, if it doesn't stop, a level of suffering Europe has not known since at least the volcanic crisis.
That is the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres speaking last night at the UN Security Council, an emergency meeting that was called as Russia then began the invasion of Ukraine. Yanis Varoufakis, your response to his comments, do you think the UN has any more power than what you're saying is now an eviscerated European Union?
Not. Antonio Guterres made a moving speech, a good speech. But he mentioned the Charter of the United Nations and the need to respect it. Well, there's no doubt that Putin is not respecting it. And we should do our utmost to make sure that he does respect it, or that he pays a price for not respecting it. But at the same time, let's not forget, Amy, now we are old enough to remember how the United Nations Charter was absolutely violated, turned into a piece of paper with no value whatsoever by George W. Bush when he invaded Iraq without any permission or any due process involving the United Nations. Even before that, in 1999, NATO bombarded Yugoslavia, and the Clinton administration back then dismissed the United Nations, bypassed the United Nations, effectively rendered it inoperative. So the United Nations is a fine idea. Internationalism is the only way forward. But I'm afraid that Antonio Guterres is, the chief in an empty tent.
I'm looking at a tweet from New York Times reporter. Anti-war solo pickets like this are popping up in cities across Russia. It's not much, but they're arrested almost immediately, often upon leaving their homes when the cops know to expect them. Here's Sofia Rusova, co-chair of Russia's trade union of journalists, and a handful of anti-war protesters has gathered outside of Ukraine's embassy in Moscow, and they're arrested. what about the population inside Russia? Who stands to gain from this and who loses? In fact, won't the sanctions strengthen the hand, even though some of Russia's billionaires are targeted by the sanctions? If they're cut off from the rest of the economy outside, it is those billionaires' businesses inside that Russia will have to depend on.
Well, I'm ever so glad that you mentioned the anti-war movement within Russia, because our best comrades, our best friends and collaborators in bringing about peace are the Democrats in Russia, the Democrats in China, the Democrats in the United States of America, small d Democrats. I'm not referring to the ruling party. And it is always important that we ask ourselves the question, whenever we do something or suggest something or propose a policy, what effect is this going to have on the Democrats in Russia? And I very much fear that the West is behaving as if with the sole purpose in mind to strengthen Putin against the Democrats in Russia. Because when you encircle Russia with NATO troops and NATO nuclear weapons, you are giving Putin very powerful arguments within Russia to effectively continue the oppression of Democrats in Russia. This war is the result on the...
This is the classic dichotomy all the time. This is why I know people get super triggered when we bring up like the West's involvement in this circumstance. And this does not mean that Vladimir Putin is not a bad guy or anything. And it's not like the West is not goading Vladimir Putin exclusively or urging him to take action or anything. But this has happened time and time again. America goes in, or Western nations go in somewhere, okay, and they fuck shit up. And the people in that country, that are progressive, people in that country that are fighting against their oppressive authoritarian government, now have to focus on the external factor, okay? And that's precisely what happens all the time, okay? One of the immediate examples I can give you from this is when in Turkey, when the coup d'etat happened, okay, the last coup, where America's very own CIA asset, Fethullah Gülen, was able to launch a failed coup in Turkey. And the country basically got together and supported Erdogan, despite the fact that Erdogan was not popular at the time, despite the fact that his popularity was waning, despite the fact that there were plenty of fucking people who despised Erdogan. There are plenty of people in my chat who fucking despise Erdogan. I hate Erdogan, right? But we all certainly hate Fethullah Gülen even more than Erdogan. Thank you. Okay? Fethullah Gülen is a CIA asset. He lives in the Poconos. He's a fucking religious cleric. And he had his tentacles basically in all of like the Turkish criminal justice system, police force, army. Okay? He was able to launch like basically like sleeper cells pretty much. Okay? And he would never have been able to do that without America's support. Now, that created a system where Erdogan was able to then declare martial law and do a referendum on changing the constitution of Turkey and changing Turkey from a parliamentary system to a presidential one, basically creating a system where he had even more power. He had awesome powers. Okay? And extend his regime and the lifeline of his regime, despite the fact that he is authoritarian. And that happened because of Western involvement in the country. I'm giving you information that is near and dear to me from my life, okay? And from my personal experience and from what I know. And when that happens, and when that happened in Iran, the identical situation occurred. Okay? you always are going to make it so much harder for a country to deal with these issues on its own when America gets involved with it, with the country's affairs. Okay? When NATO encircles Russia, in the eyes of the Russian public, which otherwise would protest Vladimir Putin, they will see NATO as a legitimate a legitimate Western force, nuclear superpower that is surrounding their country with military bases. I know people say it's a defensive pact, but that is how it's seen. Okay? And it's also not so much of a defensive pact when NATO ends up not being so defensive in other countries. Maybe not Russia, but proxy war with Russia over Libya, over not NATO in this situation, but Syria. Okay? And I'm talking about people who would otherwise despise Vladimir Putin. You're weakening their resolve whenever you meddle in this country's affairs. Okay? That's just how it happens historically, and that's how it will continue to happen. Just like when Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine, you are galvanizing some of the worst, most reactionary fucking forces and their impact. Even if they are unpopular in the eyes of the Ukrainian people, they will no longer continue to be unpopular in the eyes of the Ukrainian people because now they are seen as an emancipatory force. They are the liberators now, okay? And that will be remembered. Zelensky will be remembered as a weak leader that needs to that needs to be replaced with someone else who actually is going to show a strong force against Russia. And the same goes for America as well. That makes the country overall way worse. Even if the United States does not successfully facilitate a coup d'etat and put in position of power a reactionary leader like they have done in Latin American countries so many times, even if that fails, you are then strengthening the leadership that is reactionary, that comes and takes control and and points itself as a anti-imperialist, anti-Western force, the liberator, the force for good, for the good of the people. Okay, that's what's happening. Western involvement is causing that legitimate that Hasan is chud. You are so off point, always talking about NATO. Shut the fuck up, okay? Anomalous jumps in radiation levels recorded in Kiev region near Chernobyl. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Not 3.8 Röntgen. Not great, not terrible. Sorry. That's not good. Not good at all. I don't even know what to say about that. Okay, let's continue.
On the one hand, of NATO expansionism, and on the other hand, of course, crucially, the great glee with which Putin grabs the opportunity that the United States and NATO and Europe give him to have this war in order to enhance his authority.
Bro, why listen to this neocon? This person worked with Mike Pompeo. Check your source piece. Yanis Varoufakis, who is the fucking socialist leader of Progressive International. You're calling him a neocon? Yeah, he's a little bit too much of a fucking pan-European supremacist. For sure. There is a little bit of too much of that, like, you know, he maybe loves Europe a little too much, okay? That's a reasonable thing to say. But, like, you know, he literally a socialist. also worked at Valve too.
His brutal, cruel authority over the good people, the good Democrats of Russia.
Well, we want to thank you so much, Yanis Varoufakis, for joining us. We're hoping also to be joined by a peace activist from Ukraine, but he had to make his way into a war underground shelter in Kiev. I also want to say about the peace movement in the United States. I know that Code Pink has Saturday called for an emergency rally online to demand no war in Ukraine. I think it's particularly important for the corporate media to pay attention. They're going to be featuring peace activists from the U.S., UK, Ukraine, Russia, Germany, France. How important it is to hear those voices as well. Yanis Varoufakis, member of the Greek Parliament, former finance minister of Greece, founder of the Progressive International with Senator Bernie Sanders. Thank you so much. That does it for our broadcast. Democracy Now! Is job openings, human resources management.
I don't know where we're at with the Kiev strike that was reportedly going to happen. Wait, what the fuck?
The Russian military offensive follows a carefully choreographed strategy of Russia's President Vladimir Putin. He unilaterally recognized two...
This is the exact same take that John Mersheimer has, who is a respected foreign policy scholar and was almost alone in opposing Ukraine's decision to give up its nuclear weapons in 1994, predicting that it would inevitably face Russian aggression without a nuclear deterrent. People saying you're clueless are Pepega. This is the 1 hour and 40-minute lecture that he gave on this thing that he wrote. But I've refused to fucking watch it because it's way too long to watch on stream. One hour from now. Exactly 1 hour from now. There are reports coming in from Ukrainian intelligence that states that Russia is potentially going to... Wait, hold on. Two things. One thing is two separate reports coming in from Ukrainian intelligence. This is like the OSINT guy who is posting about them, but two separate reports coming in from Ukrainian intelligence. One saying... one stating that there are the special ops guys, sabotage groups. Looks like Russian SSO specialists with Helixes and vans in Belarus. Zelensky said there were sabotage groups in Kiev. These are the type of guys he's likely referring to. Here they are moving along the R37 highway towards Narulya Mazir. And then the other report is that there will be a bombing campaign in Kiev once again tonight, 3 a.m. Ukraine time, as in an hour. I didn't say R34, I said R37. Did I say R34? Anyway. Still don't understand how you left warriors believe Russia is a real counterbalance to the U.S. I don't think that. I think China is a better counterbalance to the United States than Russia is. We are the only thing keeping the world from breaking out into all-out war with the ad breaks. Oh, come on, dude. I'm going to stop. I live 10 kilometers from the Ukraine-Polish border. We're already receiving migrants. I fear there's going to be a big movement in Poland against letting them in because of Ukraine's endorsement of Bandera. And I get where they're coming from, but right now Ukrainians need help, and I hope most of us will get that. Bro. You have to stop. I'm going to stop reading chatters going forward if this is how you're going to keep doing this. Okay? You keep baiting me with the ad breaks when I think you're going to give me actually good, useful information. or at least bring up an interesting talking point. Okay, but at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. We're going to watch CNN capturing the intense firefight outside of the airport, outside of Kiev in the airport. Okay. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Joining us now live from Kyiv, CNN's Matthew Chance. And Matthew, you and your team exclusively witnessed a confrontation today at an airfield outside Kyiv. Tell us what happened and what it tells you about Ukraine's chances of keeping control of its own capital.
Yeah, I mean, it was astonishing.
Thank you, Arno is okay for the 10 of the subs.
Because we were making our way to an airfield near the capital, Kiev, just on the outskirts of it, that had been attacked. We knew there had been fighting there over the course of the previous hours. It's an essential airbase that the Russian special forces, we understood, had been dropped there to seize in order to establish a bridgehead so they could bring in more forces. So we went there. There was a checkpoint at the gates. I was told by Ukrainian officials that the Ukrainians had it back under control after fierce fighting. And I spent some time talking with the soldiers outside.
Wait, what the fuck? Russian saboteur has been reportedly arrested by Ukrainian forces inside Kiev? Dude, I just like we're getting like, bro, this is like, I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know if this is from this year. I don't know if this is from last year. I don't know which year this is from. I don't know if this is like actual fucking immediate footage. Like, where is his fucking car? Like, he was driving a Camry? Stop saying it's Arma. Stop. Stop saying everything is Arma, please. Russian saboteur has been reportedly arrested by Ukrainian forces inside Kiev. This comes after the speech of President Zelensky about him being a target by saboteur groups. Like, we don't fucking know if that's this is related to the events or even from this year, okay? At least this guy Rob Lee is like a little bit more fucking legit, like the OSINT Twitter guy. Chernobyl has been shelled and or the new foot traffic has flung up dust. The maximum reading of fucking... Wait, what is this? Footage appears to show evidence of Russian soldiers giving up the fight on day one, taking off their uniforms and fleeing. Okay. Stuff like this is also very sussy, okay? Whenever you watch something, okay? Whenever you watch something that feels too good to be true, there's a likelihood that it might be fake. Not saying this is.
Он дивись, Олег Василь. Переноска, блядь. Хтось босяка даже побіг, он де, блядь. Один, блядь, вообще без обуви. Да, готово. А це що таке? Шапка, блядь. Шапки. Це шапки, Сергій Іванович. КамАЗ, блядь. Світер, блядь, це мамка дала нам. Що, дала мамка вам кацапи, їбать? А ти хто ж ти маєш підсилити, да? І що? Ой, що? Ну, де ти, де ухода за одежину? Чи він? Я щоб ніхто не сумнівався, чи є воно. Ібін.
It can be abandoned for many number of reasons. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've heard some Russian. I've heard talk about a Russian battalion surrendering in its entirety. I've heard talks about I've heard talks about
Estimates
what
are
is this? You have to almost have respect of Joey Behar's unwavering commitment towards ensuring the boomers are the most hated generation alive. I've heard talks about a Belarusian, like a Belarus battalion. Also surrendering, stating that they did not know what they were in for. Like they thought that this was just like Russian soldiers from all across the country were deceived into heading into the Ukrainian border, and some were beaten if they resisted, according to the Committee of Soldiers' Mothers. We've had a flurry of calls from scared mothers all over Russia. They're crying. They don't know if their children are alive or healthy. Andrei Korochkin, the deputy chairman of the Committee of Soldiers' Mothers. Soldiers from the Taman and Kantemirovskaya divisions have gone without food rations and proper accommodation. For the record, it might actually, this might be real. Especially considering how fucking unpopular the war is and how even other generals leading up to this had talked about how unpopular the war is. But this also is even fucking creepier because if they're willing to do this, if Vladimir Putin is willing to do this at a time when, like, his population is desperate and not interested in this kind of war, what the fuck is going on? Why is he doing this? Columns are advancing south towards Kiev. This is the western side of the pincer movement. The bigger concern is the lack of reporting on the 44th CIA and the forces that were deployed by Klinsky Northeast. There's another axis of advance there. More than half of Finns now support joining NATO, although the government is not moving forward with anything at the moment. If Putin's strategy was to halt NATO expansion, it would seem that it's not working. Thoughts? No, I agree. That's exactly what I said too. It's literally the dumbest thing you can fucking do. If your goal is to stop NATO expansion, then the actual stupidest fucking thing that you can do is justify NATO expansion further. Like, there are ways that you can agitate and show and flex your fucking dick, okay? And show that you're powerful enough that, like, if Ukraine were to ever join NATO, you would react, right? Without actually fucking doing this.
Or 50,000 Ukrainians will be dead or wounded, and that this is going to start a humanitarian crisis, a refugee crisis in Europe. We're talking about 5 million people that are going to be displaced. I mean, it's heartbreaking to hear what is going to happen.
Well, I'm scared of what's going to happen in Western Europe, too. You know, you plan a trip, you want to go there. I want to go to Italy for 4 years. I haven't been able to make it because of the pandemic. And now this, you know, it's like, what's going to happen there?
Yeah.
What? Yo! Are you fucking kidding me, dude? What the fuck? Yo, dude. Is that like a joke? Is she doing comedy? Like, is she fucking, because like it's like me saying, oh no, like Ukraine got invaded, so I can't play Elden Ring. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, I'm joking because it's such a fucking insane thing to say. Like, that is the... Wait, I gotta hear this again.
That are going to be displaced. I mean, it's heartbreaking to hear what is going to happen.
Like, especially because, like, she tacked that onto the fucking ass of a sentiment that is so, like, that basically summarizes the humanitarian crisis at hand. That makes it even, that juxtaposition makes it so much worse. You know what I mean? Like, she's out here talking about, like, fucking 5 million displaced Ukrainians, and she's like, and Joy Behar's like, oh, I can't go to Italy.
Well, I'm scared of what's going to happen in Western Europe, too.
Yeah.
You know, you plan a trip, you want to go there. I want to go to Italy for 4 years. I haven't been able to make it because of the pandemic. And now this, you know, it's like, what's going to happen there?
Yeah.
Estimates.
These countries do not want to pay billions of dollars more in their military law. Look like Ireland, with Sinn Féin rising as the biggest party in Ireland. They want NATO disbanded. I don't know how to say it. Fuck you, dude. Okay. Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin. Why would Zelensky think Ukraine will be able to enter NATO while in this climate? Zelensky, today I asked 27 leaders of Europe whether Ukraine will be in NATO. I asked directly. Everyone is afraid, does not answer, and we are not afraid. We are not afraid of anything. Dude, what? Is he fucking crazy? What does he do? What is he saying? Justin AP's reporting that shelling hit radioactive waste repository at Chernobyl and is causing a mass rise of rad levels in the region. The poor guy just wants to help for his people. I don't blame him. I mean, yeah, but like, he's a fucking dude. If at a certain point you got to recognize, like, these guys are not here to help you. Okay, they're not. They'll send you guns, but that's it. Like, Biden has said time and time again, like, no, we're not fucking sending troops. We're not sending troops. We're not sending troops. You have to ask yourself, why? Why are they not sending troops? I wonder why they were never going to actually allow Ukraine to be a part of NATO. Ukrainians know that. They want it, but they know that it's not going to happen.
Saying, you know, who is it that's in control right now? I said to the commanding officer in my broken Russian, and he said, it's the Russians that are in control. And I said, okay, so where are the Russians then? And he said, we're the Russians, which was incredible because it was we thought they were Ukrainian forces. I looked at their insignia and suddenly realized that...
Wasn't one of Putin's concerns that Ukraine would join NATO? Sounds like he's just trying to show that Putin's worries are unjustified. Then he should basically fucking say that and be like, NATO, like, just put an end to this conversation, please. Let's get back to the table and negotiate. I believe this encapsulates everything. I will do it. I will face Russia. You have my sword. You have my bow and my axe. I mean, yeah, pretty much. But instead, I also don't believe Ukraine would say, I will do it. I will face Russia. Okay? If it wasn't for the fucking fact that, like, they were saying, you should do it. You should face Russia. And also, it's not even Ukraine that swung first. It was fucking, you know, Russia that did that. And Ukraine has reasonable, justified fears of Russian, Russian aggression.